Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hello, everyone. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yellow Ergon. Hello, Moon. Hello, Nico. Hope you're all having a lovely 2026. It's the first stream of the year. January 1st. Hopefully this one is good and does not have bad things happen. Hopefully it is filled with many happy things. Didn't see you for a whole year. That's funny. Good job, Eric. And you get to keep your badge today. Keep up the good work. Hola, niño gato. Happy New Year. Thank you, job. Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. Wow, there. Hello, everyone. Did you start the New Year resolution carnival, Nino? No, I forgot. Everyone knows that to have good luck in a new year, you must play. You must start Illusion Carnival, right? Is that how that works? Personally, I started the year by eating ramen noodles. That's the thing I was eating right at the end and at the start. We don't do fireworks here, so I couldn't really. We don't really do that, so I don't know how it looks, but I hope if you do that, I hope it was fun. I hope you had a good time. I hope you didn't pass out. Hello, Boris. Welcome in. Happy New Year as well. Hope your new year is filled with lots of joy and whimsy. Yeah, today's stream is gonna be first stream of the year. It's gonna be, oh god, that's loud. A Ruina reading stream. I wanted to do this for a while. I just felt like, I haven't streamed in a while. What would be something to ease people back in to seeing me and hearing my voice? And I think reading is a good way to do it. Hello, Ray. Welcome in. Happy New Year. Hope you're having a lovely day. So let me just show the game. If I could just also make it full screen. There we go. Game capture. Monster Hunter Wilds. Hell yeah. Library of Ruina. There we go. I got a save file that has all the receptions, because apparently I missed like some general receptions probably. Start my new year with Kanto 9. It's peak. Hell yeah. Hello, Comet. Welcome in. Happy New Year. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm still on. I haven't even reached Kanto 7? No, Kanto 8 yet. I have lots of things ahead of me. And I got the intervalos, and I'll probably only start Kanto 9 once it's fully done. That's right. But I'll probably only start Kanto 9 once Kanto 10 is out at this rate. You beat Kanto 7, your dementia. I got the numbers mixed up, okay? I had the numbers mixed up. It's more like dyslexia than dementia. Come on. Right, I have my water here with me. I think you're still in the first intervalo. Yes, it's the LCE one? Yeah, LCE. Lemon water. Dementia. It's the thing where you keep forgetting things. You read things wrong and you forget them at the same time. Where's my Bloodborne? Oh, you'll get your Bloodborne. Okay, you'll get your Bloodborne. I wanna play Bloodborne too. Okay, I just wanted something to ease people back in to see me again. Hello, Ines. Welcome in. It feels great to see Angela's ugly mug again. 1600. Wow. Thanks, game. Yes, make sure to get your check-ins. Good job, Comet. It's when you forget how to write things. Yeah, forget how to write, forget how to read. I mean, forgetting how to say things is common. You can speak a language your whole life and still just not know how to speak it. Sometimes it feels like that. Sometimes it just feels that. I need a pinned message. I think this one is easy. Here we go. Perfect. You forget everything. I mean, that one's true for me. That one's just true for me in general. Mio somehow speaks English better than my mother tongue. Same, literally same. I've been told that I do not speak my mother tongue very well, but my English is way above average for here. It may as well be my mother tongue. I think it has to do with something like not talking in your language a lot when you're younger, because that's what it was for me. I barely socialized when I was younger, and that kind of led to me not knowing how to speak it very well. I mean, I'm conversational in it. It's not like I cannot talk to my family or anything. I can, but if they hypothetically, if they were to speak to me in English, I would be able to communicate much easier, to say the least. I forget everything. You're not doing a great job beating those dementia accusations, Tino. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not. I forgot what I forgot. I forget a lot of things. I grew up speaking to 2 languages and somehow still speak better English than both of them. Same for here. French is French is French, but you don't speak it a lot. You just kind of read documents in French. French is a complicated language, to say the least. I would rather not speak it if I don't have to. No offense, Moon. Said I won't judge. Don't worry, Nino, I won't judge you. I'm gonna kill you. I didn't know this was a common experience. Apparently it is. Only spelling on phone keyboard is awful. I mean, that's just true for any language. We're losing them. I did not judge, I said murder. You're not just judge, Moon, you're judge and executioner. Okay. Reading stream. Isn't that worse? Yes, it is. Okay. Feel free to put me in the background of whatever you're doing. And, yeah. Nina's like Frodo on Mount Doom. I can't remember the taste of strawberries, or how to spell this one specific word. If I watched Game of Thrones, I'd understand. Or Lord of the Thrones, or Game of Rings, or something. What? Hey, job on the watch streak board is still done. Okay. Page number 1. We're gonna start with the rats. Let's see what we got. Wanna hear a secret? This is kind of embarrassing, but I used to have a dream once, like Pete does now. Yeah, I know, I'm still younger than him, with a long future ahead of me, but what could I do? Life's too rough for that. Others say that rats are a pathetic bunch who are too incompetent to join even the smallest syndicate, let alone a wing. Filthy losers who feed on junk and leftovers, not making any effort to change. Back when I was a young kid, I didn't like that. I thought I was better than those rats, so I decided to get into an examine town. Little did I know that I'd be the one choice I'd regret the most. I begged and nagged at my parents, wanting to achieve that stupid dream. How'd it go, you ask? Seems you're just as stupid, aren't you? I wouldn't be hanging out with these folks if I made it now, would I? What I'm saying is, dreaming won't do jack shit for you. They didn't end up here because they gave up trying. Hell, they wouldn't have set foot in this gutter in the first place if they had what it takes to achieve their dreams. You get it now? Pete's a huge idiot. I'm just reading the moon. I don't want to swear. Blame Lenny, okay? Blame Lenny, not me. I can't say mean words. Blame the rats. Did you know? There's grates for each alley in the back streets. Funny, ain't it? Bow tie? That's a good one. One moment, let me equip the bow tie real quick. Let me see if I have one downloaded. Okay. Bow. Ooh, I have a blue one here. There we go. Oh my god. Big. Oh god. In fact, actually, when I was thinking of the potential redesign of my character, a bow tie was one of the things I considered. Because bow ties are really cool, especially when they're big. There we go. That works. I don't know this game, but your player character looks like you. Those are enemies. Yes, these are... We're gonna be reading basically the lore entries of every enemy in the game. It's not a bow tie, that's a glider. Yeah. I suppose for the people who didn't play this game, I'll explain what every faction we see here is. You know, that bow tie isn't big enough. What do you mean? It's great. Why does it look like a cape in a way? I think because the two straps kind of look perfectly sized. Like it seems kind of like they're in the back, but they're not. I can see it. I can see it. I can definitely see it. Should visit Love Town again in 3 years. We'll get there when we get there. The rats are basically homeless people. It looks like it's draped over your shoulders. Okay, wait. Let me maybe make it a bit smaller. There. Okay, that just makes it look even more like a cape. What did I think about it? Good enough. Alright. Rats are basically homeless people who are not in any, like, syndicates or gangs or working for any offices or anything like that. They just kinda kill and harvest organs to sell them. Cape size went from M to S. What do you mean? I do wear S. X, S. Can I eat your hat? No. Get in line. Did you know there's grades for each alley in the back streets? Funny, ain't it? Trash and a trash can are grading each other. The parts that are under the protection of a syndicate, office, or association are pretty safe. Sweepers can't raid those streets easily. Putting the people who live there in different grades from those who don't, though, is pointless. Honestly speaking, sure, it's a bit safer over there, but we're talking about the back streets, get it? You know what's funnier? Even kids would group themselves according to what part of the streets they live in. They'd even shun the others whose clothes or manner didn't fit their turf style. I had no choice but to accept this sad truth. You're wondering how things were in the alleys I lived? Couldn't afford to pay protection fees to a syndicate, so the sweepers came down at night and collected most of my neighbors. I had to witness them take chunks of flesh out of my parents and brothers while they were still breathing. Don't pity me, though. My story ain't nothing special around here. Damn. Excess? What do you mean, excess? Pete, the leader of the group. You're eating whose hat? No hat eating. No. There's not a lot of peeps who hang around in the back streets alone. It's because that's just madness. Weak and dowdy folks gotta band together to survive. Get into a small syndicate or anything and make a living somehow. Some ignorant fool makes a scene in the back streets on their own. They're just making themselves a targets as soon as others notice they're alone. That's why we move in groups. We're called rats for a reason. We crawl about the dark in packs and jump at prey at the chance to bite them apart when we spot one. So you're wondering if we rats have any dreams? I guess belonging to a proper syndicate, if any. We're just too tacky and amateurish to be called one. We hate being bound to rules. So hell freeze over before one of us joins an office. And no rat I know would move to an examinee town and study for rowing entrance exams. Those nerds at examinee towns ain't too different from rats like us. We're all dreaming silly dreams that'll never come true with our pretty petty skills. An office, owing, a syndicate, or whatever. I think it's an easy task to belong to a decent group. People just accept what they got and live on. But still, I wanted to have a dream. Damn. Lee sounds like they're about to start chomping on Nino's tail. Moon sounds like... Moon is many things. I don't know how to describe it. Cats have retractable claws used for climbing and defense. True. Alrighty, also super throw didn't work. All I ask is that you do not spam it, please. It still says waiting authentication. That's... Alright! Alright. No wonder. I have to log in again, because I cleared some cookie cache stuff. There we go. Now it should work. Let's see. Throw. Good. That works. Let's see. Let me just do something. Okay, good. Thank you, Ines. I'll need to drink a lot of water. Good thing I have an entire bottle here. Please hydrate? Yes, I will. I'll have to. What do you mean, many things? Say it all? I mean, if you want to know, it is always the iceberg stream you can go back to. Yeah, you had your whole section. Alright, that's the rats done. Yun's office. Finn's page. This is one a lot of people like. We don't beg, we order. Hydrate. I will only hydrate if I want to. You know? Come on. Have you never had a cat? You don't order things from cats. Cats order things from you. What the heck? I will be back. Oh, it's been a while, sis. Actually, I talked to you some time ago, by myself, of course. It sounds a bit lonely, but I'm fine. Today's not going to be the same as the days before. I have good news. I finally joined an office run by this guy named Yun, and officially became a fixer. You're proud to see your precious little younger brother grow up and make it, aren't you? Isn't it cool? I told you there's no need to worry about me. Oh, about Yun's office. I think it's a really nice place. No, I'm not lying. Our operator Yun is a bit cold, but he teaches me a lot of things. And there's also Eri, who's my senior. I've yet to be friends with her, but she seems like a good person too. Excuse me. For now, they're giving me small jobs like searching for lost cats. Maybe they're worried I'm too inexperienced to handle tougher stuff. Not really fancy, but if I start out with small tasks like this, I'm gonna work like this and work up slowly. I'm gonna be a great fixer one day, yeah? My heart is already pumping with excitement. When I become a proud and dashing fixer just being basically office worker who does like mercenary work, I'll buy a nest, migration ticket, and get a nice new home for you. I can buy my gear at a workshop thanks to your help, and all that. Though that's not all. You always looked after me, sis. It's kind of embarrassing to talk about this. Anyway, don't worry about me, and do the things you want to do. I know you were always too busy caring for me to pursue your own interests. You offered to give me a prosthetic body, or even a minor procedure the last time we met. But I'm doing fine without any of that stuff. And you got money to earn for yourself. I'm tired, so I'll be going now. I ran around the whole town chasing a cat all day. Night sis, I hope we see each other again. Aw. That wasn't even on the nose. Wait, where was it actually? Sometimes I have to change where it is for different reasons. Boop. There. Good enough. Been my favorite part of human protagonist. Hell yeah. It's library time. Very sad. Rain sounds intensify. Exterior. You have lots of things to prepare before you can jump into into the fixer business. Starting with choosing equipment, you'll need clothes to protect your bodily accessories, etc. But before any of that, body augmentation comes first. There's no point having masterful skills or fancy equipment if your body can't keep up, you know? And training hard isn't gonna do it. There's a limit to training your body, and the fittest body is still no match for mechanical prosthetics or bionic organs. You gotta be able to keep your body intact to do anything, so you're pretty much forced to spend a fortune on it. There's a ton of methods to enhance your body. Exoskeletons, bionic surgeries, nano tattoos, prosthetic body parts, you name it. Deciding what workshop tech to employ is up to preference and purpose. Some would want insane muscular strength that could let them carry a power pole one-handed, and others would want ludicrous speed, quick enough to skip over multiple blocks in a split second. It's so diverse, I could go on forever. You need any ability, they've got you covered. The only hurdle is money. In the city, money is what gets you power. That's why the first things we notice when we assess our foes is how much they've spent on their bodies. Oh, of course. Some technologies patented by closed groups like certain syndicates or wings are hard to get your hands on, even if you have all the cash in the world. Just look at me, though. It took a teensy little procedure for me to lift this humongous weapon with one hand. This is the kind of power you can get, you see? Body augmentation is more than a necessity. More of a necessity than an option these days, so you'll want to study up on that. You don't want to stay a weakling when everyone else is getting their augmentations now, do you? I gotta go, Rule, come in. Happy New Year, okay. Never mind. A sad New Year. I'm kidding. Thank you for what. I think this is a metaphor for going to the gym or starting a gym subscription at January and then never again, going like 2 days and then stopping. I feel jealous of gym store owners. 1st of January, I need to get that gym pass. Yeah, screw buying levels on the Fortnite Battle Pass. I need to get the gym pass. Imagine gyms had battle passes you needed to level in order to unlock more things. I feel like that would genuinely make people want to go to the gym more. It's the cyberpunk propaganda, yeah. Some people just get cybernetic procedures to make themselves stronger. Some people get more than others. This person still looks basically human. Some basically replace their entire bodies. They're still considered human, but they barely look the part. Some are just toasters. Oh my god, that actually sounds good, as long as you don't need to buy supplements to get hit faster. Yeah, it's like Fortnite, you know, you can buy levels and you can buy performance enhancing substances. Don't do that. Okay. Push-ups time. Does this work? Yes, good. Oh my gosh, I just came back. Sorry about that. Oh, sure, but they also give you one to an int and PP size. Oh no. It's like how buying Fortnite levels makes you worse at the game. Wait, no, that makes no sense actually. Bear McCreary is a legend. He is. I love the God of War's main theme. It's amazing. Use those functionalities anyway? No. What are you saying? You're intelligente, Karigaru. Believe it or not, I know, it's hard to believe that someone might call you smart. That is goes for anyone, not just you specifically, I'm sorry. But yeah. Next, Yun. Namesake of their office. Finn was bungling in many ways. He had no talent. He refused to take modification procedures. All he armed himself with was a tiny weapon. Didn't exactly dislike him, though. They say a delicate person like him is nothing short of pathetic here. But he had passion regardless. And he was going to be our colleague from now on. Besides, it's not too common to see such a passionate fellow in this grueling mess of a city. He was an interesting one. Then why did I exploit him? Exploit is a rather harsh word to describe it, if you ask me. A sloppy kid like him would have gotten killed anyway, abducted in the back streets and fading away while witnessing his innards getting ripped from his body. And that's one of the tamer examples I could give. In this city, worse things are happening here and there on a daily basis. If he didn't die there, he could have faced a much worse, more terrible fate somewhere else. Isn't that right? Never mind. This is all but rationalization. Think what you want. Here it is still Freya's team, and Boulder's team is probably the most badass and high energy. It's been too long since I played those games that I've forgotten how those themes sound. Only the main theme is stuck on my head, unfortunately. But I might give them a listen again sometime. Ooh. I'm actually gonna change the pinned message. I know there are some people who click on a stream without reading the title, so I just want to let them know. I'll be lurking already. Thank you for the lurk. There we go. Manually unpinned. Next, Brotherhood of Iron. These are the people who I talked about, who barely resemble humans. Their designs are sick. Hope we see them again in Limbus Company. Brotherhood of Iron. I frankly don't recommend replacing your entire body with a machine, especially with a cheap one. Aside from basic issues such as vulnerability to damage and creaky noises, cheap prosthetic bodies compromise too much, basically giving up all the joys of life. Can you imagine? You can't taste anything when you eat delicious food, you can't feel the softness and coziness of a good bed, you can't feel anything get stuck in your body. It'd be at a piece of paper or a knife. The head remembers those feelings, but you can't experience them again. There are ways to overcome it, though. You can buy a desire stimulation chip and plug it in your brain, inject medications, or use other methods. They're just absurdly expensive. You're better off saving up for a more expensive prosthetic body if you really want your senses back. High quality, pricey bodies come with sensory organs. As I always say, it's all about money in this world. That sounds awful. It does sound awful. I legitimately do not see a reason you should get this. The only reason I feel would be good to remove your head would be like combat, as in better sensory feel, like better eyes, But even then, like he said, you can't feel anything, even a knife go in your body. Like, that would be horrible. Like, imagine there's a guy behind you who stabbed you and you don't even know. I guess metal is harder than flesh. Just put it in a jar like Futurama. Just put yourself in a jar. Put your head in a jar. And just control it via Neuralink. Alright, next. Consta. What's your favorite food? That's the question I used to ask the most when I still had a human body. I love eating. Talking about food was a huge delight for me. We would share each other's tastes and preferences, and sometimes head to a restaurant for a meal just like that. But now, my body's a machine, as you can see. I can't taste anything anymore. Thanks for pointing that out, Mo. Mo told me to stop dreaming about it. I still want to try more delicious foods, though. Hot and flavorful, spicy and sweet, stuff like that. I guess this body's too cheap to restrain delusional thoughts like this. If we get more money and change our bodies to new ones, then maybe I'll be able to stop these thoughts from getting in the way of my work. I'm eating a pizza right now, hell yeah. The perks of not having a machine body. Take that, clankers. The city consists of 25 nests and 25 districts of the backstreet that surround those nests, and countless offices and syndicates reside in the backstreets. You know what's a surefire way for a syndicate to make a name for itself among all the competitors? The simplest method is office raiding. You literally storm into an office and wreak havoc on it. You never know who will be the winner until you fight. You could stop at a good beating and one side surrendering, but some syndicates raid offices out of pure boredom and kill everyone. Each syndicate has its own way of operation. It goes without saying that the syndicate has more fame to gain out of raiding a high-grade office filled with seasoned fixers, so the officers have to stay sharp at all times. But you'll also have to watch it. If you misjudge your opponents, you'll end up dead before you could try anything. So I'm collect Nino my Pokeball. Get in line. Nino pulling out the heart. Oh, no. We were supposed to fight these guys much later in the story than now? Really? I guess it makes sense since their design is like so cool. Like you go from homeless people to some kind of normal looking guys to Warhammer 40k. And then back to normal people. Well, normal people, quote unquote. Damn Trapper, Dead by Daylight. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I want to make myself smaller so you can read more of the text. There we go. I'll still cover a bit, but better than nothing. Is also still visible in the game where Mo has a rifle and the cutscenes. Really? He was supposed to have a gun. Very interesting. Instead of her current sword. Oh, sorry. She was supposed to have a gun. Yeah. You go from shitty looking homeless people to cool looking homeless people. Exactly. We... yeah, I guess we move on from homeless people very quickly. Alright. Hook office. McCullen. It's not entirely impossible for a syndicate member to engage in fixed work or vice versa. Actually, one second. Overlay. There. I'm gonna make chat a little smaller. You hate the homeless. I literally did not say that. Blame Jarv. It's not entirely impossible for a syndicate member to engage in fixed work or vice versa. It's a pretty common occurrence, actually. If you have the skills to back yourself up, multiple organizations will make sweet offers to recruit you. What matters the most here is the relationships you've built. The fate depends on the things you've done, or karma, in other words. We didn't start out as fixers at the beginning. No, we were, in fact, part of a homicidal syndicate. Just how intimidating we look. We used to be murder for hire in District 23. It was a small syndicate ran by Naoki, I, and a few others. But our influence started to expand bit by bit since the young and talented Kane joined us. Our current boss, was originally the representative of an office we raided. They visited us once. They heard that we shredded their fixers brutally and hung their ragged corpses on the streets like scarecrows. Said they'll need people like us. I thought they were just freaky with weird tastes, but looking back, now I get why they chose us. It's a strategy. Each office does all kinds of sensational stunts to attract the attention of potential clients in this oversaturated market. They hold radical events such as pay for one request, get one for free, or group weapons into different grades and offer a free exchange for one of their most expensive ones. And the gullible clients fall for it. I don't know how much more than that 1+1 deal actually costs, or how it has limitations on the grades of requests you can make. We don't bother looking up to check if the top grade weapons are in fact used ones. Seems our boss didn't want to add lies to this industry that's already full of filthy schemes, but they still had to catch people's eyes somehow. And this is the result. Hire guys like us and proudly advertise it. Fixers from a former killer syndicate will tear things up for you. You can count on us. Hang up a slogan like this, people get hooked up. If that suits their taste, that is. Damn. Bro said Clank, you're not even Clank. Ricky, no. I thought this was about the other comment. I wasn't the one who called them homeless people, you know. But they canonically are homeless people. They live in the back streets. Damn. Imagine some guy kills all your coworkers and you're like, wow. Do you want to work for me? Actually incredible. You know, finding the Backstreet Boys. They are the Backstreet Boys, though. Minus the singing. And plus more killing. So basically just the Backstreet Boys. Think about it. How's my new weapon? Isn't that sick? Union Co. is the go-to workshop brand for ready-made bionic weapons and equipment. The prices are pretty reasonable compared to most procedures and workshop weapons too. On top of superb performance, you can replace or attach them easily without having to worry about allergies. So it's pretty damn handy, you see? Oh, do you know that we don't know, you know? Hunglo had an idea, this guy in Nimbus? Yeah, the one that I haven't got, because the only 2-star Valpurgis ID I've gotten was the creature, La Creatura. And they did not want to give me this. I got like 10 Creaturas. Not a single one of these, though. Thank you. I don't know what this is called in English, but it's called Msimen, where we come from. Thank you. I drank some Wawa. Alright. Oh, bionic equipment is pretty simple. It's like a weapon you attach to your body. It's not all that scary or dangerous, though it could feel a bit awkward when you use it for the first time. In my case, I accidentally ripped Naoki's clothes while walking by, and cut my own cheek when I flailed it, out of frustration. But now that I've gotten used to it, I feel as if I have 3 hands. I mean 4 hands. But if you have trouble finding the perfect procedural weapon for you, try bionic equipment. I guarantee it's good. Naoki. There's a huge variety of workshops, as diverse as syndicates and fixers are. Weapons need individuality to stand out in this day and age. Old-fashioned swords or guns won't stand a chance against modern weapons loaded with new technology, I bet. From cheap and common gear to bionic equipment like the one Tane is using, to equipment with ridiculous abilities that's almost indistinguishable from magic. Don't get too hyped, though. More options means you need to be more cautious about choosing the right one for you. If you had the time and money, you could buy them all and test them out at your leisure, but we have neither, do we? Don't just buy the things others recommend without doing your own research, though. That's one of the stupidest things you could do. might fit them, but that doesn't necessarily mean you'll have a good time with it. Still, confident that you can wield them all? Get real, buddy. Workshop equipment is not your average weaponry. So before you choose your weapon, observe others carefully. See if any workshop products might suit you. Having keen eyes is all part of our skills. Guess why people choose us in our office out of all the tough fixers out there? Bro cut off his own cheeks, now he looks like Raziel. That's why he wears that bandana. Wise words. I have no idea what you talked about, Sharp. Who's Raziel? What do you mean? Huh? Next. But, one thing I've noticed and that I like about this is this person in the rats said that they had a dream. This guy said that dreams are stupid and none of us have them. And now this guy said, I recommend Bionicles. They're great. They're great. And this lady says Bionicle is stupid. Actually, no, don't take people's recommendations straight up. Oh no, Nina doesn't know Legacy of Kain. You're missing out. I do not know that, no. Hook Office Fixer, page 1. I was about to page... nothing? Back when we were still part of the Killer Syndicate, we got a client asking us to hunt some crazed syndicate. They were shaking like a drenched rat as they came in. I suppose they were scared of places like this. They asked us to catch the wicked criminals kidnapping people in the parts of the streets they live in. We had one question, though. It's nice that they've given us a job, but why ask a syndicate like ours instead of going to the Zwei or other offices that are better suited for handling public safety issues? Do you also all general receptions? Yes. Do you have this? I got a save that has everything. I think I probably missed like 1 or 2 general receptions in my save when I played. But yeah. This is all of them. They said they did try to request an office at first, with the money they raised by their neighbors, but then the office asked for a ridiculous sum of money, claiming that there's much preparation they need to take before they can uproot a whole syndicate. Poor fellow begged for help, but the office personnel didn't even flinch. Well, money is the only thing that gets fixers moving, so that's understandable, and I think their friend recommended us to them while they were looking for another way. If I remember it right, introduced us as a trustworthy syndicate, so they came all the way to our hideout. Trustworthy syndicate. It's a shame, really. I can still remember the client's head staring at daggers at me, hanging from the top of a power pole. The syndicate paid us more cash. What could I do about it? We don't write official contracts or anything, so the highest bidder gets our favor. No use glaring at me like that, pal. We were told by our new client to hang their head and guts out in the streets, to make an example of them. Those sick fucks even used some kind of singularity to keep him alive. Poor bastard should have requested an office in the first place somehow. Oh my god. That is... oh. Alright. Next, after Hook Office. This is one of my favorite ones, actually. Get ready for this. Alright, this one is mod needed. Sick. Thank you, Makata. Alright. The next one, Pierre's Bistro. Moving from Canar to Urban Myths. Basically, these urban legends are basically the danger ratings of these people. Canar being the lowest, and Imperitas being the highest. Alright. Urban Myth, Pierre's Bistro. Good old classic cannibal cafe place. City threat levels, yeah. Jacques Spage, the sous chef. A usual source of cooking ingredients are syndicates specializing in butchery. The kinds of meat they treat and how they process it differs for each syndicate, so you should pick up your caterer carefully. Our meat pie bistro used to frequently trade with the musicians of Bremen and Little Piggies. The musicians of Bremen provided large quantities of meat, though it wasn't exactly the freshest. Oh, that's a bit too high. Let me fix that. There we go. Musicians of Bremen provided large quantities of meat, though it wasn't exactly the freshest. Shattered chips of bones were often in the meat, and the mixture of different types would create an odd flavor. Still was a reliable supplier of ingredients, all in all. Outside of special occasions, we'd use them for making experimental dishes or sausages. Oh, speaking of, sausages are made from a mix of several different kinds of meat. You could even find a rat inside at times. Anyway, we rarely sold the dishes made out of their meat other than the sausages. They'd never trade their meat nicely before handing it to us. The meat from little piggies is pricey and comes in small quantities, but its quality is good. We even got the highest grade meat sometimes if we were lucky. Slowly at the meat from little piggies fills me with the ideas about how to cook it and makes my mouth water. That's how appealing the meat looks. But the price is rather heavy, so we only used it for important dishes or foods we served to customers. What's the knight doing? There. I'll lower the music a bit. There. That's how appealing the meat looks, but the price is rather heavy, so we only use it for important. Oh, James back. Died for a moment. Ah. Alright. Let's see. Most cooks who live here have the same dream, becoming one of the 8 chefs. They're the people who pursue the ultimate delicacy. Their way of cooking will give you a thrill just hearing about it. You don't feel it? No, I'm sure you can feel it inside. I sound crazy? Yeah, listen up, you stubborn square. This is why I can't talk with people whose brains are too old. They taste bad, too. There's a limit to the flavors people can draw forth. The height of taste the human tongue can feel isn't as impressive as you might think, really. The most delicious food doesn't come close to sending chills down your spine, at most. It's just good enough to make your eyes spin. And the food you guys casually eat, going, tasty, or way below that. So many chefs gather around one time, pondering what to do to pursue a taste beyond this limit. And then inspiration struck all of them at the same time, like lightning. What if they sublimated the experience into taste, something beyond what the tongue can feel? You know, they say the presentation of food adds to its taste, right? But if the whole process of cooking could be tasted, they performed several experiments in an attempt to make that dream come true. So? What do you mean, so? I wouldn't be trying so hard if there was an end to the delicacy. All the chefs are continuing their research to this day, seeking more stimulating flavors. And it's going to be as good as the stain on their apron at least. Yeah. The thing about many of these people is they all have dreams or want to achieve something. District 23 is the street of flavor. Everything is permitted in the pursuit of making delicious dishes, even dismembering humans. Isn't that exciting? A guest walked into a restaurant for a meal, but then the chef fell in love with them. They had the perfect amount of tenderness and girth. The chef pulled out a knife, and the guest ended up on a plate. You'll become the food you appreciate one day, and others will appreciate what you've become. It's a common story often told in these streets. Well, if you really become the main character as one of those tales, be honored. That means the chef saw you as excellent meat. This is one of the best compliments you can hear in District 33. The more you know. Amazing. Next one, page 2. Butchering a human is a lot simpler than butchering other animals. Most of them are smaller than us, which means we can subdue them right away, even if they try to resist. 1 second. Oh, knew it. My chat wasn't working for a moment. The chat froze, I think. Yes, it did. Thank you for letting me know. Let me refresh it. There we go. Now it should work. Perfect. Alright. Oh, I'm not saying you necessarily have to be tall to be a butcher, so don't be discouraged. Anyway, humans can be a bit noisy, but they're very handy to deal with overall, since there's little to worry about compared to other meats. Test message? Yeah, it works. The cook person? Yes. Pierre, good old Pierre. Anyway, humans can be a bit noisy, but they're very handy to deal with overall, since there's little to worry about compared to other meats. Besides the 8 chefs, for them, human meat is the one and only ingredient that matches their pursuit. Some buzzing about how the process of cooking should be part of the flavor. You can't do that with any other meat, so you'd better watch it. If you dare wander this part of the town, your destination might end up being a dining table. Next, streetlight office, Mars. My mother was a fixer with a high grade that every one of my peers would dream of reaching. She was the envy of all, a radiant individual who received endless supplies of various expensive equipment and garnered constant recruit offers from the other offices. Does that mean I had a safe, comfortable childhood under the care and wealth of such a wonderful person? Had that been the case, I would have earned a position in one of the wings already. Being the son of a high-rank fixer, I was often targeted by syndicates opposing her, and my mother's acquaintances held high expectations for me. At first, I was okay with their expectations. I was already dreaming to follow the path of my mother. In fact, I was hoping to live up to it and hear compliments such as, "I knew you could make it," from others. Yes, I'm going to become a great fixer just like my mother. Then she'll be proud of me one day, right? She'll probably say, "That's my boy," in front of the others. I studied hard, day after day, taking no breaks in between. Countless times I held my sword with a strong resolve, and many days I spent weeping alone. Even if I faced setbacks and failures, I believed I could overcome them, and stand strong like the protagonist of a movie, as if I could actually be someone great. But in the end, I grew into an ordinary aspiring fixer, and I learned that I was only an average person with no talent to show off. When I entered an ordinary office with my ordinary capabilities, my mother seemed very glad to hear the news. She said an associate office of the Zwei is a good start. Oh. Wait a minute. Let me lock in. Are you locking? Oh, no, Moon, you're not locking in. Oh, yeah, wait, also, wait, oh. Mid. I blame your bow tie. Okay. Bow tie is merciful this time. She said an associate fixer of the Zwei is a good start, and that I'll certainly be able to become successful if I work my way up slowly. However, I was greatly disappointed in myself, and I couldn't look my mother in the eyes until I said my final goodbyes and left the house. Damn. What a tragedy. Lulu. Oh, crap. Another day without work. Fantastic. There's gotta be some case for us to take care of, like fly tipping or something. I'm gonna forget how to move at this rate. If I told my friends about this, they're so gonna whine, like, well, isn't it a good thing that you have a lot of free time? You're well off, or we're about to starve from the lack of requests. Those dummies. Think about it for a moment. You need results to promote to better fixer grades and see some growth in your office, right? It's gonna lead to higher income for us, for now. For now, I'm working with my boss, Sen, and some dork shaped like a ball of rice cakes, so... But things could be better than this in the future, yeah? It's not like I have problems with my coworkers. I'm talking about stuff like weapons and office interior, you know? Those kind of things. You get what I mean. I do bicker with Mars and snap at him often, yes. But that doesn't mean I hate him. Though, wait, that doesn't mean I hate him. Sen and Mars are both precious colleagues to me. Though, yeah, I know what you're about to say. If fixers develop private feelings for each other, it could be much harder to bear whatever happens down the line. I know what I'm doing is stupid. I have wits, unlike Mr. Rice Cake's face. Damn. But we're humans. It's just something that can't be helped. How can we just strictly detach ourselves from one another and focus on work? I tried acting nonchalant, I did, but I guess I can't do it. Sam said he feels the same. I gotta envy Mars for being cool-headed all the time. Lulu's friend number 1. A peacekeeping office provides protection from requested territories for a certain period of time. Lulu's is one of those offices. What are they protecting against, you ask? The city, obviously. What I'm saying is, their job is to keep the area safe from all sorts of happenings and incidents that occur in the city, of course. Of course, there won't be much to do if the area is too small or peaceful. But man, compared to us, who have to wait indefinitely for someone to make a request, Lulu's living a good life. At least she does something, and they don't have to worry about starving to death even if they don't get requests. Just one bald. As her friend, it's unfortunate that Lulu's struck with grief. I don't have any tears to shed for her, though. I've got my share of rough experiences. And this is after, Mars or Sam? I think Mars died. I don't know, blame Ishmael or something. Ishmael? Evil definer? Compass? It's blue, it's evil? What do you mean? Next, okay, I've got my share of experiences. I'm just not sharing it with others. Well, I did say I'll help her out, but the truth is, my office figured out that we could find plenty of valuable loot in the library. That's pretty tempting. The other one is probably thinking, Celeste, thinking the same thing as me. I mean, what dummy would actually head to such a dangerous place? Motivated purely by a friend's sob story. The kind of intimate and deep relationship is long gone from this world, especially in the business. That's why I can't understand Lulu. Sure, let's say that her colleagues died there. Even then, she should be valuing her own life, shouldn't she? She can be so stupid at times. Well, I have to go in with her anyways. Sometimes I like saying what the games people are playing. An associate office is one that is in a cooperative relationship with one of the associations. The advantage of this designation is that its fixers will not have to worry about starving, since they're paid a stable salary, and that the office simply has to handle tasks given by the association with proficiency, rather than having to deal with clients and accept the requests as ordinary offices do. Spending days without any incident happening in the area designated for peacekeeping can be admittedly boring, though it's a blessing to have such a peaceful day in the city. I was grateful to have such serenity each day, reasoning with Lulu's occasional complaints. Thank you, Ines. Thank you, comment. In a moment. Is boredom the only downside of being an associate office? That's not quite true. Because we're under the direct command of the association, we're forced to take on any undesirable tasks they give, even if it carries the risk of wiping out the office. I can't blame the association, so I only have myself to fault for failing to save my guys. Damn. Yeah, this guy... Street office went into... what's it called? The library. And, I think Lulu... I don't remember if Lulu came in. She probably did. I know Mars died. And Sun went to ask for help from the way. And then he died. Ah. Eats a bit. Suppose now that I'm taking a break, because it's nearly ad time as well, now would be the best time to throw all the things you want at me. You mean got turned into a book? not dying. This is a family-friendly game. Yeah, sorry, they got unalived and they got turned into books. Awesome. I gotta see if Nina added the cinema guy. Oh, I assure you, I did. I was gone for 2 minutes. It's nearly ad time. I'm just gonna be eating my food and taking a break because to be fair, my throat is already kind of hurting, and it's only gonna get bigger from here. Urban Legend is where it starts to branch off a lot. Oh, what is this? What is this, dude? Are you kidding me? Okay. We'll get there when we get there. You think I saw it? 1 sec. Let me just do something. It's the creature, the horror, the nightmare. What was that show called that it was from? And why was it in that movie review? No, stop complaining and read the internet Arknights cutscene. Moon, you got yourself into oops. You got yourself into Arknights. You got yourself into that. Blessing, only a 6-second ad? What? Impossible. Minus 26 seconds. You really roll the lottery to see who gets long ads. I got 0 ads. You can get 0 ads, 6 seconds, 26 seconds, 3 minutes. I think Twitch just plays favorites. Someone took all of our ads for us. Someone's having 20 minutes of ads. One thing I do have to read as well, though, is Distortion Detective. Since people love posting spoilers on Twitter, I've seen a few characters that appear in Kanto 9. And yeah, they kinda have stuff to deal with Distortion Detective. So I probably should read it before I play that. Probably. Actually, Anas, I know you're reading Distortion Detective. How far are you into it? But yeah, I know. Is that kind of spiders? I'm sorry. I'm reading it currently. Yeah. Should also read Leviathan though. Leviathan is also cool. Chapter 10. I see. How many are there? I imagine. I know I'm slow. Nah, I can't blame you. ASMR reading with. But that's what I'm doing. Audio stimulation. Something. I think that's what ASMR stands for. 40? If I remember correctly. Oh my god, that's long. Eesh. That's way longer than Leviathan. Oh, good job on booping my hat. It's not even finished. What? You mean Distortion Detective? I thought it was done. I'll... Ads are over. It is really cool though. Hell yeah. Imagine in an ideal society, in a Yisang society. we were forced to read Distortion Detective instead of boring stuff like Le Dernier Jour d'un Condamné and Candice and Antigone and other French stuff like that. Stop butchering it. I said it correctly. Le Dernier Jour d'un Condamné. What do you mean other French stuff? I'm just saying stories I was forced to read in French class. See, that boat me neither. That's why you stinky. Ah, you're the stinky. Okay. Distortion Detective, as well as the full translation of Leviathan, will be completed once PM no longer focuses all their resources on Nimbus. That's cool. I see. I thought Distortion Detective was done. I knew Leviathan was done because it had an ending. But yeah. Project Moon anime one day? Question mark? You're doing us a favor by butchering it. Keep going. No. Alright. Onwards to Urban Legend. Svea Association 2, Section 2. Let's see. In fact, Kim Ji-hoon said that if Project Moon ever goes bankrupt, he'll do mukbang and gaming streams. Yes, I'd love to see that. Please, mukbang and Minecraft stream, Kim Ji-hoon. Alright, I still remember the day when the three of us met for the first time. It was when I joined my previous office. That is Isadora, Walta, and Julia. I was actually scared back then. It was the first workplace I was assigned to just after I became a fixer. I was hesitating in front of the glass door, wondering whether I should go in or wait for someone to open it, but then I heard a sound coming from inside. Two people arguing with each other. I decided to get close to the door and eavesdrop on them. How tight did the bonds between our fates have to be to lead us here? I mean, both you and I are first-timers. Isn't it reassuring to be with a familiar face? Not at all. When is this Julia person coming anyway? Don't tell me she got disappointed by your pathetic impression and went back already. She's not coming in because she's intimidated by your facial expression. She gave me a glance, turned back to the tall person with an even fiercer gaze than moments ago, and kicked him in the shin and came striding along towards me. The tall person followed, rubbing his shin as the person with pigtails got closer and closer. I found myself stepping backward, even though I knew I should be saying hello to her. Soon, the chime on the door rang as it opened up. As we stood still for a few seconds like that, not one of us sang a single word. I don't know why, but it was so funny to me that she was puckering her lips, just as hesitant to speak as I was. So I burst out laughing. Incredible. Isadora. I pray he goes bankrupt. No, I want William Musk Company. San and Julia are old fixer friends of mine, and sons from the streets of District 21, the same place I grew up in. This is a secret I've only told Julia, but San actually used to be a huge coward. It's probably not that surprising to you, since he still acts like a coward from time to time. Thinking about the old days makes me laugh, though. He'd always train himself so he doesn't lag behind and end up getting scars on his face. And one time, he walked into a dark alleyway, saying exploration shouldn't be a problem for a brave person, even though his face was already full of fear. And then ran back to me in less than a minute. Amazing. What's that sound? Strange. We almost got into a serious danger one time. The two of us were hanging out until after dark and ran into something nasty in a remote street. It happened when I was a little kid, so my memory of that is still blurry. All I can remember is looking at Sans back standing in front of me, holding a tree branch he hurriedly picked up. My heart was racing with fright, but looking at his shivering legs made me chuckle a little on the inside. I don't really remember what happened after that, as I said. Why am I bringing this up all of a sudden? I don't know. I was just reminded of the old times, seeing San kneel down for the sake of his office juniors. He never changes, huh? I need to go chat already. See ya, comment. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Oops, that I meant. Keep right-clicking accidentally. Walter. The association handled requests often made for fixers such as security, combat, assassination, intel, parenting, and trades. When there is money, there are associations. The associations follow the demand, and not the other way around. Demand equals requests, and requests equal profit. It may seem too materialistic to you, but seeing how the associations work, you'll have to agree that money is their prime objective. For instance, the associations sort and classify every single notable event in the city. Urban myths, urban legends, urban plagues, urban nightmares, and stars of the city. Risk is not what determines their grade. The only question that matters is how much people are willing to pay to have their threat eliminated. Fair enough. As we fix this page, is there a person or a group dedicated to stopping violence or murder in the back streets? Not quite. You're on your own unless you have the money to hire fixers. Protection isn't some volunteer service you can get for free. Fixers risk their lives for it. It'll take our lives worth of money to get motivated to work. We aren't robots. If you're so afraid, why don't you hire a fixer or move to a nest? Free from all the outside threats when you live in a nest. Unless the nest falls, of course. Elcor reference. This way association is your shield. We protect you, your family, and your home from syndicates of the backstreets or crazed murderers. If you have the wealth to make a direct request to the association, that is. Without due payment, the association will not move. Do you believe a request's fee is too expensive, and you would rather request a syndicate? While making a request to a syndicate is an option, we don't recommend it. The reason is obvious. An organization in the city that operates without abiding formal procedures can be trusted. And as can be seen from the one who... what's it called? That guy who asked for help from the Hook office. There's a lot of difference in this Hook office? Other office? Other Hook? Something else? I don't know. The city figures are caused in multiple levels too, from Section 1, which is the apex, to Section 6, the bottom. There's a world of difference in the salaries and treatments they get. I guess that's because they're much more experienced than us. If I keep trying hard, then maybe I'll be able to join Section 5 someday. It's not an easy feat to get out of Section... It's not an easy feat to get out of Section 6, of course. It takes a huge effort, but perhaps something that can't be accomplished with effort alone. I'm a fresh member here, so there's still a lot for me to learn. Still, I'm gonna pick up experience as I resolve the missions assigned to me, and I'll probably figure out what to do in time. They should have joined the Bloodborne people. The Wedge office. We'll get to them soon enough. This way tends to be more defensive than other associations or offices. Our main purpose is not to fight and win, but rather to ensure the safety of our clients. We don't perpetrate unnecessary killings in our duty of protecting people. Thus, if you're looking to make a request of someone's death, we recommend seeking other associations for it. Fair enough. This way is your shield. Another thing about sections in these offices or in these associations is the higher your section, the drippier you are, the better clothes you get. Like I once got a person who wanted me to draw them in the Liu Association attire, and they showed me a picture of all the IDs of all of the associations, of all the sections we have of Liu, and Section 6 looks kinda mid, and Section 1 is very fancy schmancy. Very fancy schmancy, yeah. Apparently, Section 6 has wood, like prosthetics. Yeah. Let's see, stray dogs. It also depends on the cardinality of the association. What do you mean, Cardinality? You know, hate Section 6. I don't hate them. I just think their attire is incredibly mid. And whack. Young me. Some fools laugh at these accessories I'm wearing. They think I'm a glossy punk trying to look cool, picked out with random ornaments without a second thought. What they don't know is that these ain't just for fashion. They're good for making arrogant idiots let their guard down, but before that, they workshop products with real, practical uses. You heard about how people used belts to choke others, didn't you? One moment. I'll go get my food. I'll be back in a second. I've returned. With a bunger. For example, I prefer the She East section to attire over South section 2. That's fair. Here, let me actually pull up the image. Oops, it's the wrong one. Hello there. Hi, Coral. Welcome in. We're reading every book in Ruina, as many as I can. But right now, I want to check something. Here we go. This picture. This is the one the client gave me. As you can see, the different sections of the new association. These are all South section. The South section 6 has wood prosthetics. Or iron armor, or as you can see, the stuff that basically wear Salt and Gregor because they have prosthetics. Section 5, less armor and pure metal, whatever that means. Section 4 and 3 have jackets with trimming, very cool. Section 2 has longer coats. Section 1 has fur on the bottom. And the director obviously has some fancy schmancy stuff, more fur at the top, the ornamental sword thing. They get fancier and fancier is what I mean. Oh, you decided to stream at New Year. I went to sleep at 6 a.m. I am so sorry. Personally, I slept at a average time on New Year. Soon, good gift for New Year. True. Mm-hmm. Oh, fault line lies with you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. One day I become a lawyer and I'll just say, Your Honor, the fault lies with the defendant. Or something like that. And the judge is gonna be like, oh my god, that's a Limbus Company reference. Guilty. Or something. A reason why you could have more uh check-ins than the others, Moon, is because I might have accidentally scammed you and reactivated it, but you used it twice. So that's why you have more. You. How did my autocorrect change lies to line? Because clearly it hasn't played Limbus Company. Alright. You heard about how people use belts to choke others, didn't you? These accessories are similar to that. They're useful for beating someone to death, though I gotta take the risk that comes from using them. Expensive gadgets crafted by premium workshops have almost zero side effects. On the other hand, this ring, for example, lets me deliver a harder blow with my punches, but it chafes the skin on my hand at the same time. This one's on me for using it. This one's on me for using it too long. I hear quality products usually get regular repairs and maintenance to prevent that. The side effects on my gear is pretty much minor and negligible, but in worst cases, you get some poor sod whose neck got snapped by the necklace they were wearing. Sheesh. Dino. Tattoos are the cleanest type of augment procedure you could get. And I got it because Guillaume pushed me to give it a shot. Pretty satisfied with the result. It doesn't cost an awful lot, and it looks pretty damn nice, too. Weak ass wimps run away at the sight of my tattoo, but you see, coolness isn't the only notable feature of these tattoos. There's tons of tattoo types depending on the quality of the ink and the material used, but generally speaking, you can have results like bursts of strength or skin as hard as steel. It used to be a singularity, but ever since the wing owning the tech got snapped and its patent expired, everyone and their mother's been using it. Not get tattoos that are too cheap, though. You might wake up to find melted flesh. You get exactly what you pay for in the city. Bastards are only honest when money's involved. True that. Zulu, even if you make your way up to the big leagues and become a decently influential syndicate, there's still loads of stronger gangs above you, and they peck at you all the same. No matter how far a syndicate climbs and tries, you just can't surpass the 5 fingers at the top. Syndicates ain't too different from the fixers, in that you have to repeat the same stupid shit following orders from above. So in my opinion, holding onto your place seems wiser than trying to climb up out of ambition or greed, unless you're at rock bottom, of course. Someone's gotta be below us to serve as a punching bag, ain't that right? Fair enough. In Stray Dog's page. It's true that our syndicate's sorta intimidating and got a tight hierarchy going on, but the bond between members is strong. We're actually leagues nicer than those office fucks who exploit and abandon each other with every breath. Those crooked bastards will do anything for profit. I'm sometimes in awe of this shit they pull. I actually used to be a rat. Yeah, those filthy and wretched rats everyone looks so down upon. It's amazing that I'm now standing shoulder to shoulder with the dogs, ain't it? I busted my ass crawling up the ladder. I did everything in my power. Got a small tattoo with the little cash I had and rummaged through trash to find worn but still usable accessories. It was a damn tough climb, but now that I'm up here, I'm starting to feel like it might have been better off to just live as a rat. Here, a strict barking order is set up between members. It's nothing like the rats who move in close packs. Sometimes I do miss my old family. So notice how the stray dogs are under the thumb, but their appearance and combat style is similar to the middle. Are they under the thumb? I guess since this person said something about a tight barking law or something like that. That would make sense since they have the tight hierarchy system. I'm sure they're less strict on the thumb. They wouldn't get, like, executed for looking at a superior. My headcanon is that they are ex-middle members who survived the Black Sands massacre and now have to work under someone else. I see. So they just used to work for the middle, then the Black Sands happened, and so then they just kind of became subsidiaries of the thumb. Yeah, that really makes sense. Having tattoos or just knowing about them also helps that. Molar office. Mika. Good old Molar office. Never useful workshop technologies patented. The city strictly forbade making or selling products using technology patented by another workshop without purchasing the rights to it. If anyone infringes this regulation and still uses technology they shouldn't have access to, they will receive a cease and desist letter up to 3 times. When you receive the warning, you must pay all profit you've earned through the infringement to A-Corps as a fine. Why A-Corps out of all places? Because that's the corporate in charge of managing and granting all patents. It's the head we're talking about. In any case, if you can't pay the penalty by the 3rd warning, the claw will tear you down. Damn. Also, they mention in the pre-reception cutscene show that the thumb will purge them if they don't get the books. Ah, that makes sense. Right. Alright. Tell you the truth. Yes, I'm the daughter of a small workshop owner. My father dreamed to make his little brand famous one day. Its name was... Sorry, I don't feel like saying it out loud. It's long gone, so I'll get nothing even if you look for it. That's right. As I explained moments ago, if you can't spit out the money you illegitimately earned from manufacturing or selling products using stolen technology, punishment awaits. Wait, please listen to my story to the end. My father was a victim of fraud. His friend gave him a technology and asked him to make weapons for his office out of it. So he made them per his request. He didn't even realize that the technology was stolen from someone else. He'd already sent the weapons to the office. When he was waiting for his friend to test them out and transfer the payment, a cease and desist was sent. You can guess the rest of the story. Fair enough. Either he... Oops. Either he got the cease and desist, and he had to pay all the money and then went bankrupt, or he just got the claw. That would be most unfortunate. Olga. Hell yeah. Mio and I are old friends. Honestly don't remember how our first meeting went, other than being Backstreet's buddies, but that just goes to show how long our relationship's been, don't it? We've done quests together, been in life or death situations together. We've been too busy to contact each other often ever since I moved to this office. But then Mio called me out for a date one day. Maybe it was because I got to drink with my old friend after a long while, or maybe it was the honor of having a seat with the famous captain of the rabbit team, but I was in a mighty good mood. I was taking a swig after swig of booze. Rain would have scolded me for sure if I went back drunk as a broom. I felt that, but that happens all the time anyway, so I didn't care much. How's it going? So, how about you? Same as you, Les. After some meaningless chatters, Mio gasped like she remembered something and started skimming through her fanny pack. Then she shot me a stealthy look. Psst, Olga, come closer. We don't want anyone peeping at us. Stick right next to me and stay quiet. You're the noisiest one here and you already stick out like a sword something, so just say it already. You're not a woman of style, are you? It's more fun to talk when, like, we're secret agents exchanging confidential info. when we're discussing topics like this. It's stylish that way. Forget it. Our Corps has been investigating something of late. It's... Are you giving work to our office? Or are you just bragging, by the way? I guess it's pretty serious if our Corps is paying attention to whatever that is, but just how big is it? Oh, I heard people's been going missing lately. Does it have anything to do with that, or shut up and listen for a sec? You always have too much to say. Here's the deal, Olga. I've got a lush grassland to show you, so graze it to your heart's content, and bring some of its veggies for me. How's it sound? Some words she chose. I clicked me tongue and took a close look at the black card and warp train tickets. Mio pushed to my side, before drinking off my glass and agreeing to give it a go. I wouldn't have taken it if I had known it'd bring us to this complete lunacy. Damn. Mio would have surely known the core secret of it's an eternity in there. So she specifically gave her the ticket and the invitation knowing that she would just get sick of it and go to the library. That's evil. Rain. When an office accepts a request, an official deed of contract must be drawn up before the case can be dealt with. Sounds big, but it's basically just a mutual promise. I think it's consideration in legal terms. Client will pay a certain amount of money as a reward, and the fixers will do their best to resolve the case. They're plain and natural clauses for the most part. I think people in the city are prone to breaking promises as simple as those without a contract to bind them. Though in any case, contracts serve as physical evidence to prove our performance and secure our payment when we submit reports to the association. Without a contract, there's no assurance that we'll score a record of our career or get our due payment. To give you an example, Big Sis resolved a huge case the other day, but we got absolutely nothing out of it because she forgot to sign a contract for it. Requests made by Wings are quite different from those assigned by the associations in several aspects. You'll be made the envy of everyone once you get a request from a Wing. First of all, a Wing commissioning a regular office indicates that the office has been recognized to be worthy of its trust, and that alone could be a significant achievement. You'll have something to brag about to other fixers, and the payment is big as well. A single request from a Wing resolved can keep us afloat for 3 months minimum. If I must be honest, however, I am rather unnerved. As rewarding as work given by Wings can be, there's significant risk associated with it. Imagine how dangerous and difficult this mission may be if our Corps, a Wing specializing in combat, requested us to resolve it for them. Big Sis happily accepted the job, but I still can't help but be worried a little. Still, I hope it goes well. And it did not go well. But, at least from Limbus, we know that, they're back and good. Now the general receptions of urban legend. Grade 8 fixer. All people and firms generating income in the city must pay their taxes, in addition to the fund for work-related expenses such as maintenance of equipment and monthly rent for office space, which is already a lot. Fixers must accommodate for rather heavy taxes as well. I became a fixer trained not to starve, but the taxes have put me in an even tougher hardship. Ordinary people have a hard time bearing this pressure, but what can I do? In a city, orders are to be followed. We all know what happens if we don't abide by them. Fair enough. Next one. Rated Fixer, page 2. All people and firms generating an city will pay their... That's the exact same thing, never mind. They got too lazy for this one. Alright, next. If I want to start working as a fixer, they must acquire a license issued by the Hana Association, the first association in the order. The set of skills, which also means 1 in Korean, because Yisang is Korean. The set of skills required to get a fixer license is quite different from those who need to pass Wing entrance exams. One is about physical fitness, while the other is more about mental prowess, so to speak. There are exceptions, of course, but this is generally the case. After acquiring the license, the fixer must join an office. After all, it's not impossible for a no-name fixer to take jobs on their own. Choosing the right office is also important, but you can worry about that later. Only the skilled ones can afford to make choices, like decline offers from offices or ask to be transferred to another. Newcomers who've only just become fixers or incompetent blanks who can't handle their work properly should be content with any office that accepts them. Next one, grade 7 fixer. Really, does being a fixer sound cool to you? I suppose it seems nicer than the likes of rats swerving about in the back streets. It does have a professional charm to it too, but this is a tough job, I tell you. Way better for you to try and enter a small company to do desk work instead. If you really believe that fixers are cool, then let me tell you something. Fixers have to risk their lives at every moment. I know it sounds silly. Everyone already struggles and fights for their life. So what's so special about us? Well, at least you won't have to hear of your friend's death while you're having lunch. You pack your favorite food, savor its taste, and when you're about to swallow it, know how it feels to choke on it. Your friend's head suddenly rolls over to your feet. Things just happen like that. Syndicate grunts rush into your office. All of a sudden, heads are blown off, and a gruesome fight breaks out. It's the so-called office raid. Are you still not convinced? Syndicate or fixer, once you set foot in this business, all things will bind you like shackles, slowly dragging you to the bottom. The sheer weight is going to tire you, and you'd no longer be willing to go back up. God damn it. Go back up. Go back and think again carefully. It's not too late for you to make the right choice. No, it's the same one. Who said a fixer is a free man? Must have been some no-good show-off who told you that. Kid, that's just our dream and nothing more. Fixers are managed by offices. Most of our jobs come from the requests the offices get. So we're virtually out of work without them. And offices are managed by the 12 associations. And on top of those 12 is the Hana Association. Our lives are subordinate to layer upon layer of hierarchy. I'd love to hear where that supposed freedom is according to them. Because I don't see it. There's one way to achieve that pipe dream. A fixer's freedom is only truly complete when they are given a color from the Hana Association. Don't go around proclaiming that you'll become one of the colors, though. You think it's that easy to break free from these massive feathers? Axe gang member. Our syndicate's well acquainted with the guys at Hook Office. We used to chop and rip and tear together before they moved on to fixer business. We were the best buddies. The two syndicates had a wonderful time with each other. We still do help them out sometimes nowadays. You thought fixers and syndicates were enemies for life? Well, you could say it's a long-standing love-hate relationship. Usually a syndicate causes a scene and fixers come over to take care of it. But think about it for a sec. If syndicates didn't exist, more than half of all offices would be out of jobs. Essentially unemployed, you get it? It's a symbiotic relationship right there. So don't be so cold to us. Yeah, we have to do crime so the police get paid, quote-unquote police. And some fixers often cooperate with syndicates to handle cases. You know, it's not like dogs and cats constantly fight each other when they're together, yeah? That sort of logic. We syndicates do the things fixers can't dare take care of. I heard some offices straight up ban killing people. Even something about life being precious and whatevs. It's bullcrap. Damn, life being precious in the city, that's rare to see. Anyway, that's how syndicates and fixers complement each other. There's some crooks you'd want dead for sure before you could complicate things, you see? Man, talking about them makes me miss my old friends. Don't get to meet those pals often these days. Might as well storm Hook Office this time around. See some familiar faces. And the next gang member, page 2. If you think syndicates are nothing more than gangs of ugly and bad guys, then let me tell you that's an outdated bias. Of course, we're freer than fixers who have to follow orders and requests from associations. A lot of us kill people and do some wicked shit for the sake of cash. I'll give you that. But others aren't too different from your average fixers, I'm telling you. We get requests and solve problems, though our group's moral compass is tilted a bit to the dark side, so I can't give you a good example myself. Excuse me. Right. Some syndicates actually do heroic stuff. Syndicates hunting syndicates. I asked them, Hell, man, why aren't you guys just becoming a fixers instead? And they said they don't really feel like it, since they don't really want to get entangled in formal stuff, and there's just too much to prepare to get a license and everything. Nope, it's to say syndicates can be the good guys, right? We're living as we like in the backstreets. Hell yeah. Oh, that's the end of that one. May as well do this. Let me drink some wawa. That's all the general receptions of urban legend there. Alright. Now we're getting to some interesting stuff. The carnival. There are many important things to consider as a fixer, and attire is one of them. Fixer's attire is the most effective way to signify the image of an office. It's important for an office to show that it has formality and class, and most offices have set a dress code for that reason. As much as it's necessary to choose the right attire according to the code, the most important factor is the fabric that clothing is made of. Quality fabric can offer better protection, lighten the wearer's weight for quicker movements, or allow the wearer to carry heavy weapons as large as their bodies. Those who create and provide such fabric are called tailors. We are tailors who consume people and make silk out of them, whether it's melting people inside our belly and congealing them into a mold, or it's unraveling humans into the thread they're really made of. The fundamentals do not matter. This technology doesn't originally belong to us. We merely took hold of a technology that came off patent when a wing was broken. The only thing that matters is that silk made from humans has strength that differentiates it from ordinary thread. Only those who crave it visit us. Cloth weaved from human silk possesses various powers depending on the human's strengths. Some humans may have a strong body, another may be fragile but wise, and yet another may flaunt incredible speed. Since the silk reflects the characteristics of the human it was made from, there are as many forms and powers of cloth as there are humans in this world. Therefore, there is more to being a tailor than simply weaving silk carefully. Picking the right people to meet the demands of the client is the most important. Hastily making silk out of a human that looks courageous on the outside might end up yielding useless cloth that does nothing but bolster courage. So one must be careful with it, picking the right material. Not every piece of fabric is accessible, however. It takes more than cash to purchase high-class fabric. One must earn the favor of tailors first and foremost. Many tailors will only give their best fabric once the trust between them and their client has been established after complex turns of events. Because of that, tailors who make high-quality fabric usually belong to an organization and create cloth exclusively for them. But we were different. Until the Index gave us a prescript, we did our work without taking orders from anyone, unchained to any syndicate or other organizations. We were free, as some may call it. L8372 #928. Eat 15 sweepers and extract silk from them to make fabric. Having the stream in the background while gaming surely is entertaining. Hell yeah. That's my goal. My goal today is to make a good put it in the background stream. If I'm doing that, then I'm happy. Thanks, Moon. Right, all stop off as hell, yeah. It's incredibly fascinating to learn about things that are in Limbus now. Thanks, Boris. Are you gonna be a background streamer? Today, yes, I'm a background singer. I'm the background noise you have while you game, or draw, or do any of that other good stuff. Because I know your brain needs stimulation, doesn't it? Or when I sleep, or that, I can invade your dreams again, if you let me. A color is the dream and lifetime goal of all fixers who wish for freedom. Those who have been assigned a color are called the colors. No way! Color is the pride of the fixer and the associations. They put forward the colors as great and successful people that other fixers will look up to. They dream of earning wealth and fame and to be free like them one day. Colors are assigned by the Hana Association. They're bundled into such a category because the Hana deemed them to be the most ideal fixers, because they're the most adequate individuals to deal with the stars of the city. 1 second. There we go. The title of a color is forcibly given to fixers who qualify, essentially. Can a fixer be truly happy with freedom that was forcibly handed to them? How interesting. Why colors of all terms when there are many other stylish words to choose from? I have no comment to make, as I don't know the reason myself. My assumption is that colors are used because giving people hues representative of them makes it easier to refer to and remember them by. Could it be possible for you to have a mask of the beautiful thing from the beautiful movie we watched the other day? Oh, God, okay. Ah. What are these sounds I'm hearing? Oh, it's homeless people. Man, why'd they have to add that to this music? I love it. Put the song instead. It's temporary, we don't need any, this beautiful full stream. Okay, that's fair. Ah, good, I have a PNG of him right here and ready. Excellent. Most excellent. There we go. This is ideal. Live Nino reaction. Yep, that's how it is. Alright. On. It may not be the answer you were expecting, but it can't be helped. The colors have their own ways of working, but they have basically nothing in common. It's akin to how visible colors have their own vibrant characteristics. In that sense, the term colors isn't entirely off-putting. The one who doesn't have a Limbus ID yet. Come on, Sinclair. We love that guy. I love that guy. Everyone loves that guy. Few fixers use guns for self-defense. Bullets cost an arm and a leg, and foes who are relatively powerful tend to dodge shots like it's nothing, and I can barely graze them. There's not a lot of ways to react to enemies closing in, either. You'd have to be quick on the draw and shoot them in the weak spots. If you aren't, the other options are running away or grabbing some prop to guard yourself. Like hell, that'll save you. It takes several augmentation procedures to be able to carry something as heavy as a firearm and run fast enough. If you're a sniper, you'll be busy packing up your weapon, mount, and everything. Have to make unnecessary big movements. What if the precious gun gets damaged if you try blocking your foe's attacks with it? Oh, I was talking about the kind of guns me and Tamaki use, not firearms in general. You see what Liwei is carrying? I heard there are lighter rifles, and some come with bayonets for close quarter combats. Oh. But mind you, those guns have their fair share of downsides, so I'll not be too quick to buy them. You might as well save the money and get a quality workshop weapon or an augmentation surgery instead. Hell, you could probably buy a fine weapon with the money it takes to buy a bullet for target practice. You weren't planning on using guns in actual fights without ever practicing, were you? mean, go ahead, if you really want dislocated shoulders and severed fingers. Damn. I'm glad I'm having this steer in the background so I'm not forced to look at that creature. What do you mean, forced? What do you mean? I'm simply allowing you to look at me. Despite all this, there still are workshops that manufacture guns and guns and people like us who use them. Guns are just comfortable to use. Those heavy taxes won't be a problem as long as you use your guns for its intended purpose. How many defenseless thugs standing in the middle of the street can notice a bullet flying toward them? Of course, it'd be even better to get specially made workshop devices that use a special technology to muffle the sound of gunfire, but don't expect too much. There's currently no technology in our world that can completely cancel out noise, and it won't exist in the foreseeable future. You don't need that to make guns work, though. All it takes is an advantageous situation. I'm surprised there's no singularity that can do that. Or perhaps there is, and people just don't know about it. So, tunic music! Yes, it's tunic music. Every person should learn about the beautiful thing. I don't even remember what it's supposed to be. It's a creature. It's a horror, a nightmare, maybe, someone could say. A thing beyond comprehension. Maki. Hell yeah. There aren't many workshops that can craft guns. Setting aside the low demand, the difficulty of acquiring a firearms manufacturing license and the head's strict guidelines are the biggest limitations. The guidelines include clauses such as the maximum length of the gun barrel must be shorter the higher the gun's caliber is. No gun should possess the firepower to penetrate steel or building walls. A gunfire sound must be audible. And I haven't even started with the bad ones yet. The first page of the guidelines boldly states, do not research or imagine technology that infringes the firearm manufacturing guidelines. Do not imagine it, do not think about it, do not even. As provided by the head along with the license. I'm not a gunsmith myself, so I don't know the details, and I frankly don't want to know any more than that. There certainly are workshops permitted to make S-class firearms, but I'm guessing only 3 to 5 of them exist in the entire city. Who do they take requests from, where they are, and what kind of people run them? They're all a mystery. The most I could hear was a rumor that an S-class workshop exists somewhere. Please do not the cat. What do you mean? Are you allowed to the cat? People say that the head put heavy restrictions on firearms because they don't want its denizens to be harmed too easily. It's true that a gun can effortlessly kill a person with one well-placed shot. That's not all. The assailant doesn't have to show themselves to attack, and a flying bullet is simply too fast for the average person to track with their eyes. Average? Excuse me? Making it a fine weapon for stealthily killing others, but making it harder to kill people who doesn't seem good enough a reason to impose such restrictions. What about the countless other trifling and useless methods that exist to kill people? I just cannot understand that they would see this as a solely philosophical issue. Are you asking if it's because the wings don't have sufficient technical expertise? I'm not here for senseless chatter. The wings could easily make superior weapons with their technology. There's no real reason they couldn't improve upon the current designs. There are probably some people who feel the same as me. They don't question it further or try to dig deeper into the truth because, well, they have their hands full with making their ends meet, and they don't want to risk losing it all meddling in business secrets, I suppose. Why does the head impose such limitations, I wonder? Dawn office. Salvador. He isn't even here. You know who I'm talking about. Case name, 1000 Needles, serial code DN00113. You don't question the head. Do not question the head. Grade urban legend, date of occurrence, mystery year, mystery month 21. Description. This document is a compilation of... I like how they use this format that's popular in Asian countries, I think. The Americas use month, day, year. I think here we use day, month, year, and in Asian countries they use year, month, day. I'll take either. I'll take either the one we use or they use. I don't like the American one. Description. This document is a compilation of relevant information on the case of the Thousand Needles, which occurred in the back streets of District 22. While a clear conclusion on this case has yet to be made, it is speculated to be a case of the distortion based on the apparent inability to confirm the cause or analyze the composition. Case report. Entity A01. The first apparent source of the incident was wandering the back streets of District 22 before swelling up and exploding. Numerous needles were dispersed upon the explosion, flying in all directions. The needles which stuck onto building walls caused the site to impact to melt and crack. When a human was struck with one of the needles, they were transformed into A02, going through the same bizarre process of detonation as A01 did. The orange symbol on the nape of A01's neck was also found on the needles discharged from its body. When arrived at the scene after taking the request, the bits of flesh scattered around the streets began to merge into one giant body, using a brainstem focus resonator. Fascinating. Becoming a 3 meter tall, around 10 feet, mass tall that I will refer to as A03. A03 began throwing large needles, the length of which varied from 1 to 3 meters. Unlike small needles fired from the explosions of A01 or A02 that could only leave small dents on building structures, the giant needles flung by A03 caused buildings to helplessly melt. In addition, local residents who stared into the entity's eyes through holes in its body soon produced a boiling sound before turning into A02, so you had to forbid people from observing it closely. Dear God, how do you even deal with this thing? A01 visited OO office to give a request 4 days prior to the incident. Refer to audio transcript of testimony from a fixer of OO office. Double O office? Judging by what they said, such as made a deal with the devil and terrible things will happen if I break the contract, it is speculated that yesterday's promise is behind the incident. Audio transcript of testimony from a fixer of Double O office. File name #S-O0012. Mystery year, mystery month 23. I'm fine. Can I just talk like this? Oh, okay, got it. When was it? A person visited our office last Wednesday, if my memory serves me right. They introduced themselves as an ordinary resident of the back streets of District 22 and said they urgently needed help. There were huge bags under their eyes, and their hair was tangled mess. Their eyes were lifeless and blurry, and there was some sort of symbol on their neck, as if they'd been attacked by a Stigma workshop product. The desperation was palpable. They couldn't even walk straight, and they were straining to approach me with their awkward steps. I managed to calm them down, and they said, "I'm sorry, I'm not sure how I should explain it." In short, they made a contract with a devilish person of some kind, and they're scared that they might break the contract, so they were now asking us to take care of the devil so it can't kill them as punishment. I still don't get what was that even about. Even though I'm talking about it, to be frank, I just couldn't understand what they were saying. Not just because their level of knowledge and manner of speech was lamentably inferior, no. All they uttered was a series of simple words, but the splendid images delivered by those hysteric words let out like they were possessed by something. I can't dare to describe them. They kept saying confusing things like, "We'll skewer people's heads and make a necklace out of them to offer to it." They kept getting closer, they're multiplying in numbers, they're approaching from inside me. Oh, the mysteriously bright glint in their eyes. Oh, our office records counseling with our clients by principle. You'll see how confusing the whole situation was if you give this file a listen. Don't worry, we record them with the client's consent and everything, so there's nothing illegal about this. Root evidence 5-1, Double O office counseling audio recording. But what can I do, really? This whole deal with the devil thing just sounds too unrealistic. I honestly thought they were lying, so I made up an excuse to turn them away. Damn. Let me take a sip of water and bunger. No, ads are approaching soon anyway. Well, I'll do like a 5-minute snooze and then, yeah. After Yuna's page, I think I can take a small 5-minute break. Let's see. Audio transcript of testimony from District 22, Resident 1. File name, hashtag S-0019. Mystery year, mystery month, 25. Emitted. I think it was last Monday. Derry said something strange to me. They told me they made a contract with someone and they're scared they might break it. They said they don't know what a horrifying penalty they'll have to face upon breaking the contract. I tried to calm them down, saying they should be fine as long as they don't actually breach the contract, but Derry got ticked off and complained that it's unfair how they're supposed to comply with unfavorable terms hidden in the fine print. Yesterday's promise has been doing that since forever. It's always the fine print. If you zoom in, if you really, really zoom in, you can see that, oop, you gotta do that as well. Sorry. Then they broke into tears, saying they were doomed anyway. They apparently agreed to do 3 tasks in exchange for gaining power. Omitted. Audio transcript of testimony from District 22, Resident 2. File name hashtag S-0021, mystery year, mystery month, same day. Do I have to recall that messed up memory? Alright, if it's necessary to prevent another incident from happening. I guess there's no choice. You can record it, sure. I don't remember everything that happened, actually. That day was just like any other, except Derry showed up in the streets after going missing for a few days, looking awfully gaunt. Other than that, the weather was normal, and the streets were the same as always. I know. I know that's when the incident started. Derry was walking the streets as they mumbled something, but they didn't seem to be heading to a specific destination. It's like they were staring off into space and forcibly dragging their feet along. They said strange things like something keeps coming or boiling. Well, they were always a bit of a weirdo, so it didn't bother me too much, but then Derry's body began swelling up. All I could think at that moment was how funny they looked. Expanded like a balloon. The scene was that unrealistic. Maybe it was the shock of confronting an unbelievable situation paralyzing the human brain. Or the human brain beginning to believe that it's only a dream, and marveling at this scene. But I was just standing still and staring at what was going on. Am I really in reality? Before I could gather myself up, the incident happened. Mary's body blew up and weird needles went. Mr. Madrid, who was standing in front of me, was struck with one of the needles, and her body swelled up. Oh, Mrs. Madrid. And her body swelled up and exploded into a shower of needles, just like Derry did. I luckily managed to get away without getting hit by any needles. I ran right into this office without turning back once, and now, I don't think I can get back there. I wonder if anyone else lived. If my friend Mission's alright. If my house is fine. I'm curious, but I just can't go back. I can't do it. What do I do? I don't want to go back to... Interviewee's breath became coarse and unstable afterwards. Recording was suspended as it was deemed that the interview could no longer proceed. Aww. Poor fellow was just traumatized. Fair enough, if I saw a person expand like a balloon and explode into needles, and then other people explode into needles and buildings melt and such, I would definitely I'll be traumatized for life. As beautiful as this creature is, I'll have to banish it to the Nether Realm for now. I don't think our realm could handle it if it was kept here for much longer. Gaze office. Oh yeah, ad break. Forgot about that. Because that's my time to finish my food as well. Yum. Like join us. I actually just drank Wawa. Ah. Oh. So what other things are there? Oh, wait. No, I didn't mean to click that.
하하,
Why is it
다들
so
무슨
loud?
이야기를 하길래 그렇게 심각해?
Lolang. It's been so long since I saw him. Rematches. Excellent. Good old Joe. Peak fight. Peak fight. Grade 9 fixer screamer. Why is it so loud? I don't get it. What a great game Ruina was. Imagine if Limbus was a single player game. It would be so cool. Not a single player. If it was a non-gacha game structured like this, you beat someone in an office, you got their IDs. Wouldn't that be cool? Not to say this game doesn't have grind, you have to grind for books. Basically, maybe you can do something similar-ish. We're grinding some lunacy currency to buy or to gamble for IDs. Wait, no, that would make it a gacha game. I don't know, I guess don't have microtransactions. But I suppose they have to make money somehow, right? If the game is free. I wonder if they ever make a game in the future. Will it be in that free-to-play gameplay style? Free-to-play, but you can pay for things. Speaking of which, I plan to do the same thing I did with Limbus again. I'm just gonna keep playing until I get until I max out the battle pass. I've already gotten to level 24. I can't even claim things past level 20 because the pass is now yet. But I plan to save and save and save and save and save until I can get a few things. But we'll see. Okay, ads are over. Back to the books. And play Gay's office. Guidance looking. Cane Office is a notary public office that officially administers various matters when a contract is made between two offices. A notary public office preserves evidence involved in contractual processes and certifies legal issues. Sometimes the office may play the role of a broker. When you work with the Cane Office, the process you have to follow will usually be simple outside of a few special cases. All you need to do is make a summary of all the details for the deal you're making and visit the office. And don't forget to take all the relevant documents with you. Notarial deed of promissory note, migration permit for the nest or the back streets of district OO, deed. Oh, SWO is just redacted. Deed of forward contract, and everything else related to the deal. If you safely finished your business with Cane Office, those documents will become a powerful piece of evidence that will protect you in case a dispute breaks out for whatever reason. Excellent. And then Dalek. The nest is a home where birds brood their eggs. They use their wings to devotedly protect their eggs from outside threats, such as the rule of the nests. and wings that constitute the city. Do the eggs represent the people inhabiting the nest, then? Not a chance. These eggs are the treasures that wings possess. Singularities, technologies that make money, featured in countless patents, and its residents are nothing more than feathers of the wings that serve to protect the eggs. A wing will end up falling when it loses too many of its feathers, but it won't bother to desperately protect all of its feathers, since a feather or two will naturally grow back. They're basically expendables. The 26 wings have their own... 26? Yeah, that seems fair. I thought the other guy said 25 districts. Strange. The 26 wings have their own subset of culture. It might be the personal preference of the wing's founder, or the influence of the singularity, but the cultural styles and social atmosphere vary vastly between the nests. The wing's policies also determine the culture of the backstreets that belong to it. Each wing has distinct sets of conducts. Some wings take a relatively cooperative approach to their backstreets, while others thoroughly exploit them. But wings will be wings. Cooperation is just a fancy expression for taking advantage of the backstreets when a wing needs them. If you can't afford to enter a wing and have to live in the backstreets, you're best off settling in the district that suits you well. You'll need a home and source of income, of course. Fair enough. People are hung up on money, but it's not just because they want to be well off. The formidable tax burden is a big part of why. No matter how humble your job is, you're still obliged to pay your duties if you earn money. It goes for every type of business transaction. Even syndicates are no exception. Anyone living in the city has to pay taxes. If you don't meet the deadline, you'll get a warning. The first 3 offenses, you'll get a notice of warning and no other penalty. But if you don't pay your taxes the 4th time, then you're dead meat. They'll come for you. The eye will seek out tax evaders by any means, and the person it sends will rip those poor cheats to shreds. The only thing scarier than the arbiters and the claws and the eyes is the IRS. You can't spell the IRS without I. Next. Kurokumo clan. She has 2 legs. I don't want to pay my tax. Moon, if you don't pay your taxes, the head will come for you, and the claw will shred you to pieces. I can't believe they gave Ishmael 1 leg, but gave Sayo 2. What the heck? The hand of the backstreets is possibly the biggest reason no one dares to take care of the lawless land that is the backstreets. No association or rings can touch it. Not even the head itself can easily interfere. The 5 syndicates at the apex of the backstreets are called the thumb, the index, the middle, the ring, and the pinky. Namely, they parcel out districts of the backstreets and comprehensively manage their territories and periodically hold meetings to officially control the backstreets. They call this conference the Finger Bow Bell. I'm uncertain as to whether this name is meant to suggest that they actually make pinky swears not to invade each other's territories, or if they call it as such simply because the fingers gather in one place. The mind of higher-ups is a mystery, truly. Going back to the topic, when the Finger Bow Bell nears, all members of the 5 fingers will try to avoid conflict and refrain from causing big problems. It's thanks to the leaders of each syndicate who caution their subordinates that fights between smaller syndicates could grow into a massive conflict between the big ones. Perhaps, if subsidiary syndicates ran into trouble, the seniors of the Finger Bow Bell would be faced with quite the embarrassment now, wouldn't they? In American, I don't have to pay tax. Yes, you do. Instead of paying a flat amount of taxes, you pay... Like instead of not paying taxes and then paying a big amount of taxes, you just pay taxes passively. They're just included in everything you buy. There are 2 kinds of folks who hang around in the backstreets at night. This is Yang's page. The predator and the prey. Do you teach us taxes? I lied. This is not a Library of Ruina stream. This is a tax education stream. Can you be my money handler? No. I mean, yeah. Of course. Pretty much everything going in the city can be described as savage. But the other parts of the city at least put up in the effort to package them in gentlemanly guises. Even a cheap hamburger made from whatever unspeakable ingredients is still wrapped in a modern and rich packing, yeah? On the other hand, the back streets at night are filled with raw and blatant barbarity. Not even a layer of crude cover is there to censor this brutality. No deed is forbidden, no one is held responsible. Imagining the most appalling, vulgar, and filthy deed you can think of. I won't dare say beyond your imagination, since I have no idea how insane you might be, but I can guarantee that whatever you're thinking of casually happens somewhere in the dark alleys of the back streets at night. Not in the back streets. Despite all that, people still inhabit the back streets. They doggedly struggle and survive in their own ways here. Jinn. Forgot this guy existed. The fallen nest no longer has an owner to protect its inhabitants. What happens to them then? In the wreckage of the nest that's gradually turned into an environment similar to the backstreets, all they can do is accept horrible deaths as backstreets residents do, or hire a fixer, or pay protection fees to one of the powerful syndicates to enter the nest and be under their care. Some move to a different wing, but this is an exceptionally rare case. Or you could, join a finger and, hopefully do good. If an even stronger syndicate comes in, drives off the others, and asks you to pay a protection fee, then there's no choice but to give your new protectors what they ask for, to protect you with their lives as long as you still have money to pay. The assets will become useless when you die anyhow, so you might as well spend it to extend your life for just a little longer. The former feathers don't have a choice in this matter. If they don't pay the fee, they'll die or get kicked out. It'd be a miracle to walk out unharmed. And a Kurokomo henchman's page. You hear that news? We're about to collide with kingfishers again. Kingfishers? Don't remember that name at all. Were they a real thing? The syndicate that's been struggling with finance and feuds between members recently. They seem to be getting back on their feet after raiding Constellars, but it looks like that didn't last long. They were irrelevant chumps. I completely forgot about them. The Knots seem to be after them. Maybe they finally hit them. Weaklings will get hounded. And now they've been trying to invade our territory, desperate to loot anything. Doesn't matter. Their names wouldn't be so unhonorable if they were any strong. Taking them down shouldn't be a problem. And the fixers at Glam office that were cooperating with them from the back are gone too. Glam? What are they about? Just small talk, I see. Musicians of Bremen. Meow. Yeehaw, Doodle-doo, Woof, and me. The four of us were moved to the core by the pianist's performance. To recreate the performance half as splendid as what we heard that day, we formed the Musicians of Bremen to study the music. We tried flickering strings here and there, playing music while sitting on our backs, and even while handstanding. We still couldn't come close to the pianist's level, but we managed to make our own brand of music, something that only the Musicians of Bremen can play. The performance was actually pretty fantastic, Sadly, our time didn't last long. One day, a mysterious person approached us and asked us to join his ensemble and perform with him. Woof, Doodaloo, and Hee-haw took the offer and left with that guy. I had to stay because there are new members that had just joined our band, though. Yep, Moo Moo and Oink. It's kinda uncomfortable to just leave them behind, We can't let them mess around and change our name either. I've been practicing with them to create a performance that could get a standing ovation once my old bandmates come back. But at their current level of skills, the three would just cluck at these newbies' performance and go back to whatever they were doing. Moo. They see the back streets are a nice, inhabitable hellscape. But the people here live on somehow. There's lots of people who live in fear every moment, but the others live a pretty normal life. Something the back streets are totally shady and poorly aged slums. But we do have all the amenities we need here. For one, the supermarkets Oink likes aren't as good as those in the nests, but it's got everything people need. Clothing stores, groceries, dry cleaners, etc. I heard the details are different for each district, so there's that. I'm just telling you how things are where I live. People here aren't too unkind to each other. Those nest dwellers like to gossip about how we're cruel and dreary and all that, but the truth is we're doing just fine. Oh, and there's tons of good restaurants here. Just the streets of flavor after all. Freshly baked meat pies, spaghetti made of special pasta. Your tongue and stomach have a wonderful time if you ever go on a trip to our district. We used to hand over the leftovers from our performance here at local restaurants. That meat would go to waste if we left it on that spot, so we might as well give it to the people who can make good use of it, ain't that right? When Woof, Doodle-Doo, and Hee-Haw were around, we got enough to chow to share with several and Eries, but our mind was halved since they were gone, and Oink kept making silly mistakes with it and ruined those ingredients too often, so we quit that biz altogether. No wonder. Just a tad bit unfortunate. We sometimes got tasty meals for free when they gave them out. When we gave them our meat. No wonder. That's cool. In the Pierre entry, it said the musicians of Bremen stopped giving them ingredients. That's just because the original musicians of Bremen, at least 3 of them, stopped or went with Argalia. So because these guys are so bad at it, they just stopped giving them ingredients. That's cool. Love that. Thanks, page. Now, the Seven Association is a fixer association specializing in investigation and intelligence, and it's knowledgeable in pretty much every affair that takes place in the city. Details about a syndicate gaining entry in the backstreets of some place. The association probably knows what district it is exactly, but I'd have to check the details of it. All the information revealed about the distortion phenomenon which has been going around lately, when and where fixer offices start up and close business, and the beat goes on. The association treats all kinds of information about the city. So, they don't have access to top secret intels like the secrets of singularities each nest holds. Obviously speaking, when they solve cases, they usually cooperate with other associations like the Shi and the Liu. If you ask how the Seven Association can secure its confidentiality despite holding lots of juicy info that could attract the many, it's likely because its staff aren't bad combatants by any means. They don't use fancy but crude workshop weapons. Workshop weapons that are basically large amalgamations of various technologies. Regular informants are armed with nothing more than a simple bladed tool. Sounds very underwhelming, judging from the weapon alone, but they use the minimum technique with pinpoint precision to take down their foe. Fair enough. Wedge Office. Oscar, the Bloodborne guy. The 8 o'clock circus was a real sort of a case. Its leader was a particularly powerful enemy, but it took a long time to assess the strengths and behaviors of each of his crew. There was no specific pattern to it, and it was difficult to predict what would come next. It was akin to watching an erratic circus of lunacy. Lunacy? Lunacy? The Mist Company? Reference? The lair was mysterious and terrifyingly bleak, and the crew took hideous forms as well, looking too grotesque to possibly be considered normal living beings. They were as strong as they looked. When the blob shaped like a lion bit Pamela with its blunt teeth, her body quite literally blew up on the spot. However, our enemies were slowly brought down from the vantage point, and when they were completely cornered, the leader escaped with a fierce crew. Even though we couldn't put an end to the case, we decided to prioritize recovering Pamela's body as we deemed the circuit would be weakened enough to stay low for a while. As we stored Pamela's head in a stasis preservation case from Ucor and headed to the exit of the collapsing circus tent, we ran into a group of fixers. They seemed rather exhausted after fighting a storm with the crew outside. I suppose that's why they couldn't enter the tent until that moment. It's not uncommon for 2 or more officers of fixers to be present at the scene of an unfinished case, so I gently nodded to greet them, identifying ourselves as fixers of Wedge Office who have come here to solve the case. The shortest person among them, the aged-looking woman who appeared to be the representative of that group, looked around the circus tent, let out a deep sigh, and introduced herself as Moses of Moses' office while smoking from her pipe. What? Moses, hello, Wafi, then started thinking, presumably ruminating over what words to choose. She must have taken a request that's rather tricky to disclose. I hate getting a fever. Understandable. My time is coming soon as well. Some of my family members are sick. It's only a matter of time. Two people behind her nervously exchange glances with each other, appear to be her bodyguards of sorts. Having such trivial thoughts, I waited for this Moses person to resume speaking. After a brief period of silence, Moses breathed out smoke in the other direction, and asked me where the leader of the circus went, since I didn't know much better than them. I told them that I couldn't brief. What I couldn't brief. They seemed troubled by my unhelpful answer, but they soon accepted it and left the scene. Yo! Hell yeah, Moses. That group reportedly appears every time a case of the distortion is solved. They're allegedly working as the distortion detective, but recent witnesses of their appearance were always followed with a distortion case in the same location. While it's unclear whether they're involved in this case, I believe there's enough reason to be wary of them. I should go to sleep before the fever gets worse. Yes, you should. Is the guy from the... Yes, that as well. Yes, well, please do take care of yourself. It's the guy. It's the Bloodborne guy. But Moses is here as well. I never knew. Amazing. See, Nino, I can't stay long today. Understandable. Please do take care of yourself. Happy New Year. Adios, Wafiat. Bye-bye. Pameli. Life insurance for fixers is often a sham. A lot of them take your money and never give it back. Even if you terminate your insurance, they won't. It's not easy for your damage to be insured either. You have to be at death's door to qualify, pretty much. The chances are as low as winning the lottery. What if you just up and died? What can the dead do with money? You'll be much better off making a savings account for an augment procedure or quality workshop gear. That was a very lucky case. Keep in mind that this isn't the norm at all. Insurance can sometimes be useful depending on its form and conditions, sure. But if you take the pay into account, it still doesn't feel too great. Happy New Year to you too, yeah. Talk on Bloodborne or Bloodborne stream. Either after this stream or the one after that, perhaps. Pamela. Identical. Basically speaking, people who visit our office are looking for shrewd and precise situational assessments rather than combat prowess. The ability to make quick calculations for various possible scenarios and neutralize or kill the enemy with the least effort. We are hunters of the city. We wedge pierce the requests we get with the swiftness and precision. That's the way. They said the thing. They said the thing. It said the thing. I know, right? They said the thing. In very intentional wording. Hunters of the city. Of course, our office isn't perfect in every regard. So in partnership with a number of other offices, fixer offices often request others for help when reinforcements or professional aid in specific areas that are in need. When reinforcements or professional aid in specific areas is needed. In the case of our office, we were sister offices with Dawn office, sharing more information than we did with most other partners. Oscar is good friends with Salvador, the man running that office, and they've known each other for quite some time. But there's more to the sisterhood than that. Forge Office excels at analyzing the capabilities of foes, and Dawn Office specializes in combat, so it's only natural that we go well together. Hell yeah. Jikan's page. The Rusted Chains ain't the biggest syndicate, but each member got strengths to boot and boast. The only weapon we use is the spiky chains. Time, smack 'em, anything goes. We gotta be careful not to get swung or swayed around, or bind ourselves with our own metal. My body's full of scars thanks to that, but hey, that's not too bad, is it? Basically a nothing burger. Bah, every part of my body's aching. Cloudy bastards. They're fighting the, Kurokumo. Oh, they're picking at us so much. We've taken some serious damage on our side. Heard the blade linears also got messed up. Got any news? Heard our boss is gonna go out and talk to him. The boss is going alone, won't that be dangerous? The other side's also only sending their top dog or whatevs. No need to worry about the boss. Right, they're weaklings individually. That's why they like to move in packs. A workshop-affiliated fixer page. In the city, there are as many workshops as there are unique gadgets, and the Tres Association is the one responsible for managing those workshops in general. It reviews newly designed weapons, files applications to the head, and charges taxes for them. You can't use the weapons that haven't passed their evaluation. Getting a rejection from them basically means they see the weapon as something that shouldn't be used in this city. They aren't too cold about it, though. They sometimes send the applicants feedback about how they can improve their designs to a passable level. Not that we need it, since our latest weapons passed on the first try. Oh, the head is so nice, giving you feedback. Hanafuda, the one who is in Limbus now. In the nest of gambling, hell yeah. Hundreds of games take place every day, the humans leaving as winners or losers. Some admit their defeat, while others try to make a scene and escalate into a violent mess. It's the job of offices like ours to monitor the gaming between the individuals or organizations. Limbus just copying Ruina SMH. Unbelievable. Have you seen how much copying that Limbus has been doing to Ruina? It's like they're basically the exact same people. It's crazy. Gaming between individuals organizations verify the results and prevent situations from turning violent. There are naturally a lot of offices that handle this kind of work, most of them being affiliated with the UFI Association, ours included. Whenever a game happens with something at stake, a go-between needs to be there to prove that the results were legitimate. Given the sheer number of games, we're short-handed sometimes. That's all you need to become a Limbus ID. Dear God, the office worker has more text than Hanafuda. They should both sue Limbus. They just stole everything from Elkhorn Ruina. Yeah, I bet the developer of those games feels really bad. Most residents in Nest J are relying on a special entity. I can't talk much about it, but it's like the fortune readings that others sometimes see. It predicts the events that'll happen to you during a year, like an annual fortune, and gives opinions on immediate matters. It never gives a direct solution to your problems, though. It's up to you to make your choices, but I can't deny that it has a strong influence on your decision. This is the nest of gambling. You hear all sorts of noise daily. It almost drives you mad. Gunshots and screams aren't exactly swell to wake up to. Those sounds used to wake me up every day, but not anymore. Person living in room 1829 vanished after losing a bet a week ago, and I saw him carrying a large coffin out of room 1831 yesterday. Just some not very good stuff happens in Nest J. Even in a nest, bad things happen. Not just the backstreet. That's urban plague done. I would say that's half of them done, but that would be a lie, because Urban Myth only has 2, meanwhile Urban Nightmare has, dear God. I have to eat a munger. Have you seen what I suffer with? Me experiencing 1% of the pain Moon goes through in reading Arknights. I'm so sorry, Moon. I will never doubt you again. Urban Nightmare She Association. Eugen. Hell yeah, Eugen. Cannot wait for this character to have an ID. Argalia, alias the Blue Reverberation, the person who was known to furtively cause incidents. 124 hours of dialogue. Sheesh. Recently, he is suspected of recruiting individuals wielding powers that are possibly related to the distortion phenomenon in an attempt to form an organization, as well as prying into his plots. I intend to hamper his efforts myself before collecting data and preserving evidence of his irregular activity to the head. As the Blue Reverberation's plot was already in motion, I needed to act quick and do the least I could do to stop him. However, She Association was too fatigued from the barrage of requests, so I asked the Full Stop office to deal with the Church of Gears, whose leader seemed to harness a power that resembles the distortion, but I haven't heard from them since. Damn. Rest in peace, full stop office. Oh yeah, they did say she was the one who commissioned them to stop Church of Gears, didn't they? Perhaps they were eliminated in their mission at the hands of the church. Or if the Blue Reverberation expected the Fixer's arrival and toyed with them, then they will definitely have to go to the library and read their books. It was evident rationale to read the books of the musicians of Bremen as well, where they could contain even the slightest hint of the Blue Reverberation's plots. He might have told them. Even I do not know the man in detail, admittedly. However, because I am certain that the Blue Reverberation is conspiring something that violates or will violate the rules stipulated by the head, I must gather crucial evidence and report it. Thank God Enfield's coming at the end of the month. I can play something with the voice lines. No way. Do they plan on adding voice lines to Enfield when it comes out? I know how corrupt this association is. I am woefully aware of Thelma's cunning and unhinged purpose behind saddling Section 2 with one request after another and wearing us down. I am but waiting for the right time, waiting and enduring until I seize the chance to bring the She back to glory. I firmly believe that everything will take a turn for the better once we take care of this work. I pledge to change the system with my hands, no matter what. Or usually. The library truly is the villain of the story. Killing so many innocent people. Thelma, head of the Southern Branch, has been overworking Section 2 to a nonsensical degree lately. The requests he's giving us are burdensome to take once per week, and he's constantly cramming them down our throats, sapping the strength and will out of our section. It's unclear if we can successfully handle this mission to the library, but it's painstakingly obvious that he'll give us another request to take care of immediately afterwards, even if we could. Most of our surviving crew are losing what little motivation they had left. As for why he insists on using Section 2 when the other sections are available, he's probably trying to get rid of Director Eugen because he suspects that our director knows something about the Blue Reverberation. It's unacceptable that someone could use a branch leader of an association to make a toy of the entire association, color or not, especially if the goal is to remove our Director Eugen. I'm not sure what plan Director Eugen has to overcome this, but I suppose that can wait until we've finished our mission. Then, from the receipt of the request to preparation for execution, every step of an assassination is carried out covertly. Discreet killing is the She Association's specialty. An all-out war is open fields where numerous people clash at once. It is not our preferred form of battle, though it's one of the areas where the Liu Association excels. We truly shine when we operate in small numbers. We pursue extreme efficiency in order to kill our targets within the limited window of opportunity. Also required is the ability to make quick assessments of the situation in order to swiftly strike the target's vital points with minimal movement. I'll be forced to play Factory Gotcha, hell yeah. The demand for assassination request is pretty high these days, as the most surefire way to eliminate people armed with high-quality workshop equipment on top of body augmentations is sneaking up on them for a fatal blow when they least suspect it. Still, the streets are being filled with corpses of assassinated targets because there are fixers whose job is to kill those who were hired for assassination. Fixers are continuing their fierce strife no matter the place. Yep. Ooh. Blue hair. Being an organization that is familiar with dealing death, the She's code of honor is to treat every person equally, as the weight of death is equal for everyone. As long as the request fee is paid, we remove the target with no questions asked, regardless of who the client is, what kind of crime they may have committed, or any other details. Damn, even kids? Okay. The boss of a syndicate known for murdering people in cold blood, a criminal wanted by street somewhere, laundering an identity for a person of higher status who often bribes, even requests to kill one's own friends and family. We handle all requests of that leaning to our side. Of course, we have a duty of confidentiality to uphold for our clients. We must not give in and maintain silence, even in the face of immediate threats of death. Such are the rules and mindsets that the She Association's members must abide by. However, the recent behavior of the Southern Branch goes against the core values of the She. On top of exerting power for his private interests, his selfish actions are causing severe damage to Section 2. All of us are eagerly waiting for Director Eugen to overthrow this rotten system one day. One day. Next, puppets. From W Core. Life in the nest isn't anything special, honestly. It's the same as the whole world over. You get packed by your boss and go through mountains of workloads. You find yourself working overtime pretty much every day. Payday isn't all that exciting either, when you realize that you barely get any money for yourself. After paying for maintenance, credit cards, insurance, living expenses and all that, most of your income's gone in a flash. And then back to work. I've my ways of enjoying the little things in life, though. When I come back home from work, I crack open a cold one and watch the back streets through the window as night falls. When I'm lucky, I can see people chasing each other or getting into a tussle, and I think, oh, I sure hope that person manages to get away. I'm just being a hypocrite, of course. Well, simply watching it for fun, don't you agree? It's like a TV show. Viewers aren't generally concerned for the people on the rectangular screen. All they care about is guessing who will win. So many unrealistic and various situations take place in the streets. It actually feels as if I'm watching a television. Don't call me out for being inhumane. Who knows, maybe someone is watching me work myself to the bones from a high rise, holding a glass of wine in their hand. Puppet page 2. Money rules this city. Every denizen of the city is obsessed with money to the point of popularizing the belief that money can be thrown almost any problem. While the earnings of an average nest resident are significantly higher than those of a person inhabiting the back streets, there's also a notable wage gap among the nest inhabitants. One thing to keep in mind is that your position in your job doesn't always guarantee a high income. No matter how high your rank is in a small enterprise, you might not earn much more than a fixer in the Section 6 of an association. Damn. Even if your financial gain is on the higher side, you likely won't earn enough to waste extravagantly, meaning you won't get to take first-class seats on warp trains all the time or load the tables with a sumptuous feast. However, it will be enough money to secure a stable life in the nest. People who earn 4 million on or more per month can be considered the upper middle class. That's where the quality of life sees a visible increase. You no longer have to worry about being evicted from the nest or being unable to pay taxes, and you can even hire fixers to keep you safe. You can save up in case of emergencies or send your children to better schools. A life lived in a safe haven, free of illness and starvation. Well, that's the life of an upper middle class they all talk about. What is there to be considered special? We just earn a bit more than others, and live in a bit more comfort than others. Oh, I need money, all I need is food. Oh. It's, we're Pierre. That's why Pierre's the right idea. Why get money? We can just eat people, right? The 8 o'clock circus, MS page. Each nest has the singularity. For example, W Core has warp, a fast and reliable means of transportation that's guaranteed to deliver you to your destination on time. F Core has ferries, which can unlock anything that's considered locked, physically or conceptually. G Core has spheres that can control gravity, and genetic augmentations, bug people, and so on. J-Core Singularity is pretty much the opposite of F-Core. It's a technology that can lock and seal something that's open or exposed on a conceptual level. Of course, the range or size of things that can be locked will depend on how much you pay. Cheap ones are mostly used for locking small boxes and other personal objects, while expensive ones can seal an area of space so nothing can come inside, or even lock a person's body to prevent it from being dissected. The technology has a pretty wide range of applications. You can lock basically anything that's open in one sense or another. Could it be that this singularity was created because our nest where J-Core is located is a nest of gambling that holds a smart few secrets that shouldn't be leaked? Beats me. Not like anything good will come out of knowing the real reason anyway. How Pierre takes apprentices. I mean, she has a sous chef, so maybe you can be like sous chef too. Noah. J-Core owns the nest of gambling. The person here devotes their life to those insane games of chance. Oh my god, it is Nito. Nino. Hello, Chris. Welcome in. Happy New Year. devotes their life to those insane games of chance. Emma and I check the security cameras placed in affiliated facilities and spot anyone who cheats. We get hundreds of calls each day. Please check the person in dark red code at N9281R331. Use the sleight of hand to switch cards. I think my table was rigged at Q1980F1929. I think they're using the marbles that weigh 0.1 grams more than they are in the roulettes at K1928R029, etc. Congratulations on your first check-in, Chris. We're doing a reading stream of all the lore books in Library of Ruina. A variety of creative and absurd calls flood the lines all the time. What's so difficult about watching the security feed all day, you ask? Sure, I could think that if you're unfamiliar with how things work here. But imagine having to check the feeds for tens in even hundreds of rooms that have 10 cams each. The workload is spread over multiple people, of course, but each of us still has dozens of screens to stare at. Makes my eyes spin like a top. Besides, some people are sneaky enough to pull trickery off camera. Some incidents might occur during maintenance hours. This job is such a busy one. 2 eyes just aren't enough. When you're checking one call another call comes in. On case another call comes in, excuse me. Thank you, Ennis. And Chris. Oh, encoding overload somehow. When you're done checking that, more calls wait for you. The shortage of manpower is driving me crazy, I swear. Weepers. Anton. Our body is composed of liquid. Liquid is a substance that fuels our body. All humans maintain their form with their shell they call flesh and skin. We maintain our form with the suit we wear. If this liquid runs out, we will stop dead in place. Therefore, the liquid must always be filled, which is the reason we dine. This liquid is what constitutes and moves our body. But we also use the liquid to sweep the streets and dine. The method is simple. When we embed a hook connected to the fuel tank on our back into a human, they melt like a liquid, and we consume that liquid to refuel. Without the shell, we would deform and spill on the ground like them. The liquid is patented with the approval of the head. You must change your body to become like us if you wish to join our family. Don't worry about side effects. Mother will give you all the assistance you need. We all could safely become a family thanks to her. Layla? That is correct. We are conscious of the attention of people during the daytime. We practice caution. It would be a public nuisance to show up in broad daylight and cause a ruckus. And we have a set of rules that we abide to. Of course, if the head demands our services, we must assemble day or night. Oh, and I believe there is small misunderstanding between us. It is not by the will of us sweepers that the night in the back streets has become a time when no deed is forbidden. It's like that one time in Elcor, where Garion showed up to that place, and then sweepers were there even though it was daytime. Does it appear to you that every denizen of the backstreets disapproves of the rules? Aren't they speaking numbers? Wait, true. This must be like after Angela translated it. Of course, if the head demands of service. Oh, I believe there is a small misunderstanding between us. It is not by the will of us sweepers that the night in the back streets has become a time when no deeds forbidden. Does it appear to you that every denizen of the back streets disapproves of the rules? Anyone is allowed to commit terrible acts at night, and there is nowhere to complain to you if you are victimized. Well, this means terrible things can happen to you at night. It also means that you are free to be the perpetrator of such a deed yourself. In fact, we do not see much benefit from the freedom of the nighttime, other than being allowed to dine all we want. The back streets are our main stage of activity at night, Valerie. When night falls, our world unfolds. At regular intervals, we start marching from the perimeter of the nest and sweep everything as we move forward, even if someone stands in our way and attacks us. Even if a powerful fixer kills a sweeper next to us, who is our family, we pay no heed and continue onward. Like a wave of water, we sweep everything in our way, except for those who are strong enough to resist it, from an edge of a nest to the opposite end. We march without break for 80 minutes until the night in the back streets end. You know, scary numbers, true. This one, I think I read this one before, along with the many others. If the night in the back streets were to be gone, the back streets will fall into even worse chaos than before. In other words, the night in the back streets is the rain that keeps this place in check, because the night exists. People here show the least amount of human decency. Here's an example. You come home to an end of a hellish day, dragging your weary body to the sofa. You hope to get a small break lying on the couch and watching cheap entertainment shows. But guess what happens? Some crazy jerk upstairs turns up their speakerphone's volume to the max and makes obnoxious noises that make your ceiling shake. Too bad. There goes your peaceful respite. You can't stand the noise that's getting to your head, so you decide to ask your neighbors to please be considerate and lower the volume. You want to talk this over without a fight, so you battle the fierce urge a million times before you go upstairs. But then our unfriendly neighbor gives you a baffling reply when you confront them. I need some free time for myself too. I have gripes with my neighbors that I just live with, so you should do the same. Why make a huge fuss about the noise when it isn't even too loud, blah blah. Can't blame him. Imagine having a conversation with a sweeper somehow and he accidentally leaks your IP address. At least it'll be well camouflaged with the other numbers. What can you do though? Talking out of their ass. What can you do though? Barely keeping your boiling anger inside, you go back down to your house, covering your ears with a pillow and yelling curse words as you try to sleep. Even if you told your landlord about it, they'd shrug off your complaint and smile like a saint. Saint, so there's no use speaking up about it. That's when the night of the back streets comes into play. First off, you block the entrance of that shithead's house before they return. Anything works. You could weld the door, use wooden planks, padlock the door, or whatever. Ensure that they can't enter their house by any means. And go back to your house. Sometime later, they'll come back to find that the door to their house has been sealed shut. They'll struggle with the door before giving up. And they'll make a serious face as though they're trying to think of who could have done this ridiculous prank to them. Once they realize it couldn't possibly have been anyone else's doings but yours, it'll be too late. Because you'll be behind them, bashing their head in with a brick or some heavy object, killing them right now. Killing them right now would obviously break the rules, so you drag them to your house and enjoy a quiet rest. When the clock hits 3 a.m., you drag the little shit outside and throw it into the middle of a relatively large street. You return to your home before it's too late and watch the scene from the window. The time is 3:13 a.m. Sweepers crawl out of the dark and sweep the streets clean, collecting all the trash, including that noise pollutant. Beautiful. You know what? I got your language. Sorry. I didn't know sweepers actually socialized. Yeah, they are very social creatures. They're very friendly to each other. They consider each other a family. It's beautiful. You know, they're just eating people. You just kind of have to do that, you know. Ducks to my 800 plus illusion control sessions, I did. The index proselytes. No two prescripts are the same in any way, as well as their contents being completely different from each other. You can't be expected when and where you'll receive one. It could be placed between the patties of the hamburger you're holding. It could be in your mailbox. It could be handed to you by a passerby. However, if you question who delivers those prescripts or where they come from, and put your curiosity into action, the proxies will come for you, so beware. Here's a few examples of the prescripts. Jeremy, deliver a bacon pizza to Danny's doorstep on 8th Street before 8:10 a.m. sharp on September 4th, 14th. 1 second. Alright, thank you. Deliver a bacon pizza to Danny's doorstep on 8th Street before 10 a.m. sharp on September 14th. To Jimin, do not utter a single word for 5 days. To Sihi, if the first person you meet outside today answers your greetings by lifting their right hand, take their heart out. If the person ignores your greetings, remove your own heart from your body. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Boris. We're up to the index plus light. And this is only scratching the surface of the shambolic orders written on the prescript. The contents of a prescript range from ordinary tasks to things that cannot be carried out in relatively normal, in terms of morality, means. The errant variety and creativity of the prescripts will make you wonder just what goes on in the head of the person responsible for writing them. Take a moment to think about how you would feel if you received a prescript that says, chop off your right ankle and eat it medium rare. P.S. You don't have to eat the bones. You think this is an absurd instruction no sane person could follow, but those who belong to the index will feel glad that it doesn't require chopping off both feet or eating the bones. True, true. Next warp. Cleanup crew. Rose. Let's see. Many people are under the impression that W-Core Singularity is quick transportation via teleportation. That's how our technology is advertised to the public. Anyway, they aren't strictly wrong. We're just hiding the bigger picture from them. Yeah, we're getting there. W-Core Singularity is the restoration of a previous status. To put it in layman's terms, even if your body is crushed to a pulp, it can be restored to a recorded state as long as all the pieces remain. I want to get the warp cap so bad. It's so stylish. It is so stylish. It feels like something you could just make with a bit of embroidery. Let's see. First off, we scan the molecular structure, genomic data, and other information of the passengers required for the restoration when they sit on their seats. The scanned data is stored in the transmission device inside the train, ready to be sent to the restoration machine. With that, any and all kinds of pandemonium into which the carriages may have turned can be reverted with a single button. The machine has difficulty scanning life forms that move too much, so we need to take measures to subdue it. As with all singularities. It has small side effects. Some might leave the train with a slight more weight than before, or gain a bit of height. No one has filed a complaint about it, likely because the change is so minor that they just shrug it off as a matter of feelings, like the body feeling up lighter because of their excitement for going on a trip, or it feeling heavier because they ate too much prior to boarding the train. The passengers don't remember what happened inside the train, but that's not because we use amnestics. It's the restoration procedure reverting the people's memories to a previous state rather than selectively erasing them. In plain language, everything goes back to how it was when it was scanned. The passengers will continue the conversations they were having when they first boarded the train as if nothing happened. They won't notice any oddity or displacement in their dialogue. Any thoughts they had or words they were about to speak will be restored and resumed seamlessly. They have this in Hamhampong, which I will definitely visit if I ever go to Korea. Hell yeah. I would love to also visit. Is that opening gates to different dimensions was our singularity? That's actually a former singularity a fallen wing used to own. It wasn't a very well-known wing, so you probably won't recognize it even if I told you its name. Point is, that wing discovered a way to open gates between dimensions. The ability to create rifts in space. The wing, sadly, never knew how to utilize that stunning technology they'd found. Nests ended up falling before it could find a proper use for the singularity. The company now known as W-Core spent a huge sum of money to purchase it. At first, people at this core also struggled to think of a good way to use this tech, even if it could make a big rip in space. Entering it was a whole different matter. You don't know what's in there, or if you can even come back. They had no idea. But soon enough, W-Core found a way to put this dimensional gate to use, which involves T-Core's technology. The device made by T-Core that collects time installed in the train. Not a single second really passes in the carriages. Even if the train travels for thousands of years, it's the temporal preservation or whatever. That's what they apparently use. But it's too complicated for me. Anyway, whatever happens in the train, we revert to using our singularity of restoration, and T-Core takes the time to collect for their own singularity. Very good business partners. That was T-Core. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I thought they condensed time into 10 seconds. Strange. Oh well. This tech isn't just used for long distance travel. It's applied to the weapons we use, too. Equipment used by agents of W Corps is specialized in tearing and cutting things apart. We can precisely cleave lumps into individual pieces with the help of the space stripping technology. Amazing. Lesty. To restore the train, the passengers have to be in their seats. They have to be seated, so the scanning program can detect your genomic data and put you back to the right seat. Oh, and the scanner has trouble reading things that are moving too much, so you should be nice and stay still in your seat. So the warp cleanup crew, like us, tidy up the carriages and put the passengers in their seats. According to the genomic data, and with the price and the press of a button, ta-da! Everything goes back to normal, as if nothing happened. I only learned this after I joined the Corps, but isn't that so cool? That's what we agents do. But sometimes the cleanup crew isn't enough for the job. What's so scary about dealing with humans, you ask? I heard a story from my seniors. One time a color hid their identity and snuck onto a train. What a shocker that must have been. It's our rule to stop powerful people like colors or key members of the associations from boarding our warp trains, or to guide them to take a first-class seat if they must aboard the train, for a safe and smooth restoration process. We want them to sleep without a care instead of joining in the chaos of the other carriages. There's well, let me sleep without a carrier instead of joining in the chaos of the other carriages. The color fixer wasn't super tricky to deal with, he told me. Most passengers started training under the color's guidance in order to attain some kind of enlightenment. All but a few of our agents were pulverized by those people before they could even see a glimpse of the color. I remember how Leslie and I cooked True absolutely cooked in Malkat's realization. But we aren't totally powerless against those situations. We would have gotten into so many problems otherwise, yeah? In case things get too difficult for our agents to handle, we call Arcor, a wing we've partnered with. I saw footage about Arcor in our training course. They were so cool. That was my first time seeing the mercenaries in action. They'd keep pressing on and wipe their agents, their targets, no matter how harsh the resistance was. I was like, oh, they really are something else. The fourth pack, was it called the Rabbit Team? Yeah, I think it was. I gotta wonder though, why rabbits of all animals? Isn't that a herbivore? Fair enough. They ain't going to raise the ticket prices or run fewer trains like last time, are they? What do you mean, Cap? Lobotomy Core, the company that was supplying our energy needs, went down recently. That's a good point. It's harder to operate the trains with less energy. What do you mean by last time, though? Oh, you're too new to know? Back in the day, Elcor's nest was occupied by another energy company. So that company puttered out and put our corporation to the same sort of energy shortage we're dealing with now. Not quite. It did go bust eventually, but it's more that the company was stingy about sharing its energy. Awfully strict, too. I heard it had a bad reputation among its partnered companies because they were so tight-arsed about energy supply. We had to reduce the number of trains running at the time for a while. I had no idea. No, count on me. Though, I also picked the story up from my superior. That's enough chittering. Let's get back to work. Next is the smiling faces, but I'm gonna eat some food first. Do you have permission to eat? Oh, there you go, thank you. Banger also. Let's people your mouth full. Well, if I do, what's the worst that could happen? Choking to death? Nah. Banger. Fitting song as well, it's called The Librarian. Yummers. Delicious. 45 more seconds. Thank you, Twitch, for not giving me ads again. How lovely. Same, wow. Twitch being kind. That's rare. I'll dodge them. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe if you get ads, it's actually a skill issue, because you can dodge. Ads are over, let's continue. Smiling faces. They call the back streets unsafe, because there's this one time a day when darkness comes out and your friendly neighborhood watch can't do jacks about it. At the night in the back streets, when the city shuts its eyes, breaking any rule are forgiven during that time. It means to protect yourself from harm, like recording videos or hiring peacekeepers, all rendered useless. All those rusty old fellows sweep every corner of the streets, so no evidence is left behind, no corpses, no weapons, no nothing. Not only do all the security measures stop, picking at folks as a whole is banned during these hours. Well, stumbling on the scene of the crime banned. What it really means is you ain't supposed to record videos of the scene or spy it with security cams. No one should be strolling the streets that late in the first place, though. Because of that, they don't ask a darn thing about crimes happening during that time unless an eyewitness shows up. They just can't, if I'm being blunt. The public institutions, you know the deal, those shucks at the head, fixers associations, vigilance peeps, and the like. One of the officials tried to take a dig, something that happened during the night on the back streets. Some scary fellows called the Claws go after him. I heard the night in the back streets is considered a what's it time for doing whatchamacallit permitted by the head. I've got no damn clue why they set a time like that. When every soul's are already frightened to the bone. No matter what folks say, the night in the back streets starts at 3:13 and ends at 4:34. Never too early or late by a single second, every time. Lasts precisely 1 hour and 21 minutes. 121. Next thing. Next wang. Next Jin's page. The back streets are on some unlivable mess like some folk are saying, you see. Rough things do happen often around here, sure, but there is some effort at peacekeeping going on to stop a whole lot of people dying all the harkling time. Every area of the streets has some kind of neighborhood watch made by local residents voluntarily doing jobs like fixers do, trying to make the back streets a safer place. Excuse me. Where the streets has some kind of neighborhood watch made out of local residents voluntarily doing jobs like fixers do, trying to make the back streets a safer place. Unlike the so-called public safety association that starts with a Z, whatever that stuffy org is called, the neighborhood watch ain't chained to any official authority, nor do they ask for huge fees. Each area's got different styles of neighbors, so not everyone is in every corner of the town's like some. Most folks do appreciate that they keep them safe, though. That's nice. Me. There's this one rule that stands squarely in this nigh lawless land. Doing any kind of harm to the residential area is forbidden. No invading people's homes, no demolishing them and all that. Not even the big and tough crooks of the fingers can touch this. I'm guessing they decided it's gotta stay the most what's-it place if you didn't know. If you didn't know, the city's taboos are a huge deal. As much as more serious than taboos than nests. You break it, and your life's over right there and then. Fair enough. Rules of the back streets don't work in the nests. Rules of the back streets, oh my god, Limbus reference. And the opposite's also true. You could drag a higher up working from whatchamacallit from the nest to the back streets and do what's it to them and get away with it. As long as it wasn't doing none of the back streets. No sneaky rats saw you doing it. But if you did the same what's it in the nest, you'd be breaking the rules. Nine in the back streets is only a thing in the back streets, like the name suggests. Crying children. Oh, Philip. Let's see, this one's gonna be interesting. Sorry, I get how you feel, but I'll need more time to think about this. Are you feeling down? No, I'm fine. I get it. This was rather sudden, and you'll need some... But you'll need some time to collect your thoughts. Thanks for understanding. You know, you're a very caring person. I guess Gramps picked the right rookie to hire. Is that the ID from Limbus? Yes. Yes, and yes. It's the Sinclair ID. I think this is some Sinclair OC or something, I don't know. Looks like an OC. I'm sorry, Philip, I'm sorry. This seems like a conversation between that's the skin from Fortnite. Yo, Philip and Fortnite? No way. We just need to work train. I mean, NSS don't start it. I'm guessing this is a conversation between Philip and what was her name? Yuna. That he had a crush on. Oops. There. Thanks for understanding. You know, you're a very caring person. I guess Gramps picked the right rookie to hire. Is that so? Thank you. I couldn't say anything beyond that, or try to think positively about it, convincing myself that I wouldn't want to see Zombie, excuse me. Wait, that is Zombie, yeah. Zombie feel troubled because of me in the future. Clinging onto it further will only make me seem pathetic. Although Xiongbai didn't decline my confession outright, it felt safer to think of it as a refusal so I wouldn't get my head in the clouds and make another attempt at it. I shouldn't have held any expectations in the first place. I thought I'd feel like a load had been taken off my chest and I'd confessed my pent-up feelings to her, but I couldn't even bring myself to look Xiongbai in the eyes. I didn't see it. I found myself looking for excuses. It's not because I'm a coward. It's not because I was afraid that I might be faced with darkness I can't possibly handle if I left my head. No, I just looked at the shade so I could see a brighter light, that's all. That thought made me feel a bit easier. I don't know what expression Zombie wore at that time. Was she grinning at my nonsense or was she upset? All I can think of is that she probably was giving me a look of disgust. You gave a fine speech, but I must wonder if you're truly upset for the sake of Salvador and your other late colleagues. I'll go prepare myself. I closed the door on my way out. Is it because I didn't want to hear any more of it? Then I lacked the energy to refute him. I had no time to reflect on the reason I left my seat. The one thing I couldn't stand was him putting the blame on me for leaving the master. Oh, this is between Oscar and Philip. A wise person once said that you must close your... And I lacked the energy to refute him. I had no time to reflect on the reason I left my seat. The one thing I couldn't stand was him putting the blame on me for leaving my master and Xiaombei behind in that place they called the library, when I escaped so that I could bring others to save them. A wise person once said that you must close your ears when someone utters useless words or speaks with harmful intentions. Is the uselessness of a talk determined solely by one's own standards? Maybe Oscar was right, but are his words useless and wrong because they distressed me? Maybe I just didn't want to accept it, consoling myself that I needed some time to focus only on the grief of losing my master in Xiaomei. I covered my ears. Pausing it at just the right moment, like it's a very run you've watched over and over. There's got to be a reason. Shut the hell up! Sometimes the human brain has difficulty telling reality from illusion. Watching a horror film incites fear even though you know it's fiction. Or it's not always easy to discern the truth. They're standing right before my eyes, reproaching me, but I can't dismiss them as mere illusions, even though they're dead, gone. There was no way they could be real. It doesn't make sense that I know what they're about to say otherwise. It couldn't be something they told me beforehand. This must be Oscar and Philip. When Xiaomei was about to speak, I shut her up as though I knew what was going to unfold. What could I gain from uttering what will harm me? Self-justification? Those words would have wounded me for sure, but they were also words that would protect me. And again, I'm running away from the truth. Vilifying others made me feel a bit better. Pumley was right. All I had to do was make up reasons that were convenient to me. It's not my fault at all. They're the bad ones. It's derisive how shallow my admiration for my master and Xiaomei was, challenging my attitude toward them so easily out of selfish self-preservation. Nothing is more beautiful than knowing the truth, and therefore nothing must be more shameful than admitting that what one believed in was a lie. I could have sworn I acknowledged my vice and embraced it. Although the process was a little unstable, I still felt ashamed for the truthless deeds I had done, and decided to cherish that negative part of myself as I am. Or so I thought. I stopped talking. Couldn't even tell it was appropriate to speak anymore. Turn a blind eye to all that tries to hurt me. Turn a deaf ear to the words that will lead me down the wrong path. Turn a mute mouth to unnecessary evil. And last of all, act not. Make myself happy that way. I could no longer perceive anything. Damn. Poor Philip. Why do you have to distort like that, man? Why do you have to do that? It's sad. It's so sad. Alright. Dante's page. There they are. There's Dante. Some association deals with info investigations. We collect all kinds of information on this city. Though, why aren't we disclosing the full details about certain cases to the general public through news outlets or anything, you ask? Some things are better left unknown, for the sake of time, for the sake of the safety of this world. A protagonist that lost is poor Philip. It's so sad. It's all these characters, a lot of these characters just feel like main characters that we just killed early. Like Yujin just wanted to uproot an evil system, but we kill her. It's so sad. Imagine. Kanto 28,000 show, and this is Dante. 7 association fixer. Section 3 feels empty these days. Oh, didn't you hear the news? One of them died in the incident with the distortion last time. Even the guy we counted on resigned and ran off. Right, that happened. I guess that's why the empty seats felt even more noticeable. He seemed pretty fresh and relaxed on his last day. I wonder why he quit, though. Sure, the work here can be tough, but isn't it still easy compared to some others? I agree with that. It beats having to worry about getting axed all the time. Rumor says he went on to join the musicians of Bremen. Why would he join that weird funky band? You tell me. Maybe there was something more important than making a fortune and spending the rest of his life in comfort for him. Boy, Kim, let's go! Hell yeah. You value the art of violence more than anything here. Those in an unscathed body are not permitted to join us. A swordsman who does not have a single blade scar on his skin is doubtlessly too careful when he wields his weapon, and his insane hesitation will be an obstacle. Too irresolute to endure the wounds of his own blade would leave, let alone the assault of others. A body free of scars is proof of cowardice. Alas, it would be wise to not expose your wounds outside of those on your face. He's so cool, dude. Blade Lineage Cutthroats page. Blade Lineage isn't known for coordination. It's little more than a cohort of people who have nowhere else to go. All those who carry the intent to murder someone. Most who seek to join us sit at a lowly social position. It's not rare for such people to hold a deadly grudge against someone. You'd best behave before those who are more skilled than you. We may be a band of murderous ruffians, but we understand our place. And that's all the urban nightmares. Now the real interesting stuff. Yellow name, welcome in. Stars of the City. View Association. Look how droopy they are. Alright. View Section 2. View Association is a battle-oriented fixer association specializing in all-out combat. We receive requests from wings and fight great battles for them. Some may see the Liu's fighting styles old-fashioned, but we get frequent requests from those who want strong-willed and determined warriors. Most requests that come our way aren't complicated. 9 out of 10 are resolved by simply marching towards enemies and defeating them in battle. It doesn't require specific strategies or certain personnel. We're the Liu, the association that solely exists for war. That doesn't mean war is the only type of request we accept. After all, the fixer is free to take any request. The catch is that all requests must be reported to the HANA Association after you deal with them. The report must include the details of the requests, the client's info, how the case was resolved, and any other relevant information. Once the report has been submitted, HANA Association will assess the performance of the office and its fixers and evaluate them for promotion or demotion. That's how the grades of office and fixers are updated. Therefore, a fixer's grade doesn't necessarily correlate with strength. One last thing I'd like to add is that there is a line of fixers shouldn't cross. A fixer may advertise themselves or their office to get more requests, but they should not threaten people to give requests to them. This is an area handled by the HANA Association and UFI Association, a specialist in dealings and transactions. Of course, associations shouldn't have to worry about running out of requests in the first place. Lol. Zhao's husband. Zhao was a cold person who wouldn't easily show her feelings. Even though the Liu consists of those who only face forward and never express any emotions in battle, Zhao was especially hard-edged above the rest. I came to wonder if she was capable of possessing emotions at all. Her tone was dry in the most upsetting situations, and she seemed apathetic to the loss of several colleagues, never showing her emotions in response to anything. Never showing her emotions in response to Oh no! Minor grammatical error. Response to anything, but thoroughly looking after herself. That was my impression of Zhao. I thought the path Zhao was walking was completely different from mine. We disagreed on every aspect, from strategies to personalities. I thought my relationship with her would stay a formal relation between two co-working and directors of an association. I don't remember when and how we got so close to each other. Couldn't be bothered to push away the person who naturally came to my side. We started to spend more and more time together outside of work. People intersect one another somehow, though I have no clue how our paths managed to converge, or what about the paths led them to cross. One thing I can say for certain is that our relationship isn't a superficial bond between two directors. We need each other's because we cherish each other, not the other way around. Can you really call it love if you only cherish your significant other because you need something out of them? At the very least, I don't think of Zhao as an object of exploitation or gratification. However, I know that preaching love is utterly meaningless in this city. A fixer should never be carried away by emotions. I know well that a person at a position as high as mine should be extra careful. I've seen countless fixers who brought private matters to the official grounds, only to meet undesirable results. The moment you get swayed by something you cherish, you lose yourself. You neglect your own safety. When a human, a creature that always puts itself above all else, loses their edge because of what they hold dear and places higher priority on it above their own life, the consequences will be grim in any case. Knowing this, I decided to remind ourselves of one thing. When we plighted our troth, whatever happens to each other, we won't put ourselves at risk. As I thought, Zhao agreed plainly and rightly. I could trust in Zhao, and I was glad to have this person as my lifelong partner. It was reassuring to know that Zhao wouldn't throw away her own life if I ever died, because of my own survival, even in a moral peril. Perhaps my heart has grown stronger since I met her. Having her next to me was already a great help to me at that point. That's so painful. Oh, no. Cecil. Poor Zhao. Poor everyone. The Liu is an association that specializes in warfare. We work with the single goal of victory. However, victory isn't necessarily won in battle. The ideal course of action begins by identifying the reason that the enemy intends to fight in the first place. Project Moon surely hates couples. Hates couples, yeah. Next, we break the enemy's will. Only then will we launch an attack on enemy's forces. Even when war is inevitable, we mustn't hope for victory after starting the war. Secure a path to victory before engaging in warfare. This sounds a lot like our Art of War. The Liu engages in battles that are already won. With a strategy that is fated to lead us to triumph, we face enemies that are fated to lose. In other words, we don't participate in a war that cannot be won, blindly charging into the fray isn't always the best path to victory. While strategizing allows you to look ahead and see where victory lies, it does ensure that you will reach it. Therefore, it's crucial to assess the strength of the ally and the condition of the enemy before you determine if you can advance or retreat. It's up to the director of each section, our leaders basically, to decide what to prioritize and what to discard. For instance, Director Lowell is extremely cautious. He's not hesitant to retreat and reorganize his forces. It is a slight disadvantage on the other hand. Director Zhao tends to push forward as long as there is an opportunity to count on, but she isn't reckless about it. She designs elaborate strategies that will overcome the odds. Director Lowell's choices aren't always wise. Director Zhao's choices don't always result in a smooth victory, but the two work their hardest within their abilities. May. No. Outside of weapons and martial arts, the most important thing that provides us with protection is our clothing. It might look like a fancy suit with golden decorations at first glance, but you know how a fixer's attire is no ordinary clothing. It's mandatory for people working in relatively higher sections to wear clothing adorned with the Moonlight Stone, M-Core Singularity, of course. The Liu doesn't have the exclusive right to use it, so you can see it on the clothes of other fixers and syndicate members too. The Moonlight Stone emits a golden glint, and you can either gild your clothes with it or make ornaments out of it. Interesting. We need to make Dawn. True, absolutely. We don't have a Liu association Dawn. We have like one burn Dawn already. We need like a pure burn Dawn. The Moonlight Stone mitigates or shuts off psychological affliction induced from all kinds of mental attacks, pressure, interference, and all that. Whether it's caused by seeing, hearing, or feeling something, or direct assault of the mind, though I don't really know how the stone works. They said it amplifies a single purpose or thought, making people forget the mental pain coming from outside, or fortifying the mind as if it's surrounded with a giant barrier. It's all thanks to its clothing that we don't panic when we saw the crying children. A distortion. Hello, Nim. Welcome in. No, 45. The bad ending. Happy New Year, Nim. Hope you're doing well. And Happy New Year, Ines. I don't think I said it to you. 45 what? 45 check-ins. The bad ending, yeah. Next, the thumb. Well, so, I'm gonna say, this is sad. They say the higher-ups need to have the Moonlight Stone that inhibits, outside negative emotions or something like that. She almost definitely did, but she still was distraught when Lowell died. No, the power of love always prevails. Hell yeah. A thumb soldatos page. The thumb is the most cultivated and humane of the five fingers. Just be polite and know how to respect others. But then why did the thumb top the list of syndicates one would never want to get involved in within the survey of fixers conducted by the Hana Association in spite of such good manners? The reason is simple. Hierarchy is absolute for the thumb. To us, it's as natural as the fact of nature that spilled blood only flows downwards, not up. One is expected to give unconditional obedience to a higher authority. That's where the relative courteousness of the thumb comes from. Callow. I'm telling you, this guy looks really similar to the, what's it called? Indigo there. Capo dei Capi, Godfather. Sotto Capo, Underboss. Capo, Captain. And Soldato, Soldier, good fella. The thumb is divided into these four echelons. This hierarchical structure is still effective outside of the syndicate. I thought the same thing. I know. It's divided into these four echelons. This hierarchical structure is still effective outside the syndicate. For example, a common fixer is comparable to a soldato, an associate fixer to a capo, a board member of a wing to a sotto capo. This is how the hierarchy is to be interpreted. But at least the other one doesn't cut any tongues. It's more Red Gaze, do you wanna join me for some fishing? The Red Gaze said, nah. Ooh, I'm gonna have to cut your tongue for that. No, etc. exempt from this rule. No matter how you usually behave, you must remember your place and respect the rules when you're dealing with the thumb. If a young, oblivious fixer walks up to a capo and speaks to them, that poor Pichotto will be rolling on the streets the next day with his jaw and teeth missing. On the other hand, someone with the right level of authority, or person of a higher class, would be a different story. If a person in the same echelon as ours were to approach us, we'd gladly greet them and hear what they have to say with an open mind. Conversations with them are to be conducted with courtesy and decorum. Furthermore, if the person you're dealing with stands on a higher echelon than yours, they must be treated with utmost devotion and delicacy, such is the rule of ours, and the respect to their position. Don't be too bitter over it. Indeed, class is earned, not given for free. It's only right to give the respect it deserves. That's the thumb. Boris, the one and only. The thumb uses various types of bullets. We picked the right ammo for the right situation, but as you can guess, the price of those bullets is a serious drawback. Not even the thumb, one of the five fingers, sitting at the apex of the back streets, can just waste bullets willy-nilly. That's how costly it gets. You can't get sugar happy because of that. The thumb fight with the bayonet and buttstock of their guns most of the time. Bullets are overrated for— oh look, that's me! Bullets are overrated for real, true. All you need is your fists. And only fire bullets when it's absolutely necessary. The buttstock is built to be solid enough to crush most things to a pulp. And the bayonet is pretty handy as a sword. Some just stick to raw strength, though, like me. Very cool. Catriel. The thumb's chain of command is simple. Obey the orders issued by your superior unconditionally, and do not question the intentions of your superior. Kill if you're told to kill, and die if you're told to die. You cannot defy the orders no matter how baffling it may seem. Those who violate them are punished on the spot, even if the order is made by someone whose rank is only one step higher than yours. You're still obligated to follow it. There's nothing you can do about it, unless another person whose position in the pecking order is even higher than your commander's decides to step in and take your side. There's one exception, however. It's when a high-ranking individual temporarily devolves their power to a subordinate of theirs. Usually, this occurs if they have urgent business that prevents them from joining a meeting, or when they need their peer to know something that the subordinate can explain more professionally. It's still a rare occurrence even then. No one transfers their authority for the fun of simulated uprising or other trivial reasons. That's how significant the hierarchy is to us. And Dennis. Even in a powerful syndicate, weaklings exist. Cowardice can surface among the strong, and chaos can ensue from the most faultless rules. Not everyone in the thumb can abide
the rules without a slip-up. What happens when one violates the rules? If someone is trying to disrupt the hierarchy, they will be purged in a few days. Doesn't matter if it's a member or of the syndicate or an outsider. Every person must abide by the rules. The degree of violation is irrelevant. That doesn't decide the weight of the purge. The one thing that matters the most is the fact that they showed insolence. The lesson is marked with blood, so that no one dares to break this rule again. That's the most important one. Oh my god, Dahlia, thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome in. Spastic from Dahlia, spreading Limbus Company. Dahlia, did you do the thing? Did you do the Canto 9? Did you beat the Canto 9? Have you finished all of it fully? Have you listened to the Millie song? Have you beaten the final boss? Have you gotten all the IDs? Have you done all of that? Yes, it's all that's available right now. Hell yeah. Amazing. Hope you had a good stream. Only part 1 is out right now. Yeah, I know. It was just being sarcastic. How was it good? Did you like it? They went hard on that Canto, plenty of banger themes too. Yo, excellent. Studio EM never miss. Project Moon never miss. Let's see. So in the ways of the purge. The one thing that matters the most is the fact that they showed insolence. The lesson is marked with blood. That's the most important thing. It might seem like nitpicking, but there's one basic principle to remember. Don't get on the nerves of your superior. It's such an elementary part of the basic decencies of the human relationships, yet so many people seem to be oblivious of this. 99. The first boss theme, probably my new favorite theme, even though it's shorter than others. Damn, really? Very interesting. Nemo. Finding Nemo. We live in turbulent times when wings are destined to fall behind in the market if they don't respond to patent disputes effectively, big or small. It's one of the reasons patent wars are that much important. Those mega corporations sue one another for patent infringement or accuse one another for stealing their patent. Us small fries can watch the giants clash without worrying about getting caught in the crossfire. In fact, we benefit from such conflict. There are unspoken rules that you need to remember to keep your stake in a patent war. One must patent their technology separately for areas outside of the nest or other domain under their jurisdiction. One must avoid admitting to infringement before carefully reviewing the lawsuit. The rights to a technology cannot be protected if its details were publicized through advertisements or such before the patent was registered, etc. Patent wars break out for so many reasons. It'll take a day and a half to list them out. Martina. Notarization is the process of drafting a document to officially certify a deal between two offices in case things happen. The notarial act is fairly powerful, though these documents you can verify various facts and secure executory force, meaning if one side doesn't carry out their part of the contract can be enforced on them. There's no need to argue about who is to blame. Notary acts exist to stop unnecessary disputes from occurring. It's the job of the notary public offices like the Kane office to help with that. Oh, and the city is divided into domains. It's similar to how the Zwei Association sets territories for policing. It's fair to expect at least one notary public office in every domain. This isn't to say that you can only use the notary public in your domain. If you can't find a notary public or if the office isn't functional for whatever reason, you can always go to the other domains, though it costs a bit more. A lot of people still choose the latter since they need to get business done in a hurry. Not every notary public office is the same level of professionalism after all. In fact, Nemo and Heathcliff share the same VA. Really? That's cool. I couldn't really tell, seeing that I hadn't heard Heathcliff before, and also because of the filter he uses. Bada. Contracts should be signed on equal terms with the consent of all parties involved. And the offices must fulfill the terms of the contract following the mutual agreement. This is a societal boundary that keeps us humans from betraying each other. Others trust as we coexist, although these principles are rather abstract. They exist to prevent anyone from devising lowly schemes and ensure that each party gets just benefits. The head's rules don't cover every small detail, so you can say this is a necessary addition to fill those gaps. Fair enough. Blue reverberation, but only these people. As the gears turn, our bodies are put in motion. Thought gears are indispensable for meat gears. The introduction seems terrifying, but thought gears are said to feel much more satisfaction than meat gears do as time passes. Actually, I'm not sure if a thought gear can still think like a human. They say thought gears are honored to be serving the role, but perhaps it's only a made-up story told by the worshippers who hadn't completely gone Ari, wishing to free themselves of what little guilt they had. The words I sometimes hear aren't heard through my ears. A gear guides my body as it rotates, as if it's entering commands into my brain, though that matters not. We're able to live thanks to the help of the thought gears. We're no longer lost, unable to find a way ahead, even if there is no path to take. It tells me where to place my next step. Scary. The index proxies. Is there? Is forgiving prescripts a violation of rules? The answer is forging prescripts a violation of rules? The answer is not exactly. It can be written on any kind of paper, and as long as it is stamped with the seal of the index, it'll pass as a real prescript. You will then wonder, wouldn't there be many people who exploit the system with malicious intent? Copying the seal is a complicated process, and not many know how. Even if they overcame those hurdles, they still cannot outsmart the prescripts. The prescripts know all. They can tell whether or not a prescript has been carried out, know how it was done, and if someone is delivering fabricated prescripts. An individual sending counterfeit prescripts out of their own volition can ultimately be tracked back to the will of the prescripts and the CD itself. I suppose the prescripts have some generosity for those forgers, as they may remain unpunished unless a prescript ordering it has been issued. The prescripts were already aware that Messenger Jan was giving out false ones. Asked the prescript to follow those faked orders. No, that the prescripts know might not be the most appropriate expression. Hubert. There are a number of ranks within the index. Proselytes, messengers, proxies are as much as I know. Those who have been chosen by the prescripts will decide whether to become a proselyte. If they accept it, they will cover their eyes with a blindfold as they serve the role. The blindfold has little symbolic significance. It's to teach the proselyte to follow the prescripts regardless of what is happening before their eyes. Usually a group of 5 to 6 proselytes accompany a proxy, learning the rules of the index and the rule of each rank. If a proselyte shows a certain level of competence, the prescripts will assign the role of a messenger or a proxy to them. After being promoted, they are given a blade of their own, and they may take off the blindfold. The prescripts are a predetermined path. There is no point for proselytes to refuse any. It's still within their choice to decline the prescript's offer, even though they're free to quit any time. No one knows if the prescripts will allow it. The prescript might order proxies to kill the runaway who abandon their position or let it slide, or even give the order to resign first. Prescripts are truly unpredictable. Truly amazing. Gloria. The index has an arsenal of swords and blades. Most of the prescripts we receive can be sold as a sword too. Never really thought about why we use swords. Nope. Maybe it's because they have the suppressive aura and make us look serious or something. Each of us uses different types of blades, starting with the ranks of messengers and proxies. Prescripts give us personalized swords, from a light one-edged sword fit for slicing things quickly, to heavy double-edged greatswords. They come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Helps us stand out from each other. As for me, I've got 5 whole blades. Maybe being speedy helped? Looked like we get swords that fit our traits. Have you seen the sword Hubert's carrying? It looks so heavy, and he swings it like it's nothing. Very adorable. Liu, Section 1. Shun. Right now, Nest L is practically a war zone with all the associations, syndicates, and fixers at each other's throats. On top of that, the distortions are making things worse for associations and the residents of the Nest. Gloria has Rhodia's VA. Hell yeah. She did a fantastic job, she did. What a range of voice acting. Sheesh. According to the report from the powers up above. And Zhao too? Damn. Gloria and Zhao share a voice actress? That's wild. According to the report from the powers above, there are 3 major factions of note currently remaining in the Nest. The Index, Arcor, and the Blue Reverberation and his group. Our cores seem to be eliminating threats as per request from another wing, similar to what the Liu is doing. The index appears to have been guided here by the prescripts. After all, I gladly obey the piece of paper telling them to kill every member of the Thumb in the nest. As a result, pretty much every Thumb crook and the Syndicate's subsidiaries that were in this place are goners. Even the underboss who was supposed to lead them kicked the bucket, so you can guess how it went. Random fixer. To a leader of the Liu, the most crucial element that can make or break a battle is vigor. Not the competence or strength of individuals. With vigor, even the weakest creek can carry heavy rocks like a gale blowing up leaves. Blowing up leaves. Therefore, an excellent leader chooses good fixers and then puts vigor into them. Strength or skill alone won't make a good fixer. Although traits do play a role in higher sections. The most important quality is how well the fixer meshes with their leader's combat style. Section 2, the team with May and Cecil, consists of careful and level-headed fixers. They go quite well with Director Lowell because of that. Section 1 would clearly be superior in terms of sheer power, but we follow different strategies with pros and cons for each, so a direct comparison won't really tell much about our actual performance in the field. Midis. Director Zhao likes to emphasize something. A mercenary's work is to deceive, to fool the enemy to believe in that we are advancing when we defend, to make the enemy believe we will thrust from the front when we will strike from above. Feign submission when you raise your claws. We must seem unable when... Feign submission when you raise your claws. We must seem unable when able to attack, that the enemy may grow arrogant. When the enemy is roused, distract them through disturbance. Be aware that we ourselves are not subject to such anger. In order to defeat the enemy, we must be roused to anger, to remember that one's emotions must remain a means to motivate the body and not the ends, and to exploit the enemy's wrath with this in mind. Our director may be seized with anger and momentarily stray into inadvisable paths sometimes, but even the widest jade has a flaw. I trust her. Set herself back on the right track in no time. What's a hill you'll always die on, even if it's silly? That one seems familiar. Silent Hill. But Silent Hill is not silly. You're right. You're right, one. That's good job, one. You gave the correct answer. You win today's question of the day. The Red Mist. Oh, yes. That's a novel right there. Okay. There we go. Ego, the weapon that corresponds to the mind of its wielder. The sword Carmen gave me was extracted from someone by chance. It used to be... Is that the Red Mist? Yes, it's the Red Mist. The sword Carmen gave me was extracted from someone... One of the only few books I read. Hell yeah. It was also one of the few I read early. I read a few while I was still playing. Oh no, not the 2-frame horizontal. My computer's become so slow. I don't know why. Please, I beg you, don't fail me now. Like, you've seen the news, please. I can't pay those prices, man. I gotta figure out why the hell streamer bot won't start. Oh yeah. It might be the same issue I had where you closed it and it wasn't happy. The way I fixed it was, I think it makes a backup every time. So I just took that backup, reinstalled it, and put the backup in it, and that fixed it and kept everything. The only thing I lost was people's check-ins. Like, they got reduced by like 1 or 2. I think you need more RAM, but I don't think selling an ARM is good. Yeah, I don't want to sell an ARM for RAM. The sword Carmen gave me was extracted from someone by chance. Giant eyeballs were attached to the sword, adorned with crimson chunks of flesh. They watched my every move, almost to the point of making me feel a bit uncomfortable. Wondering if this was a product of some new singularity, I asked Carmen what this thing was. She only said that I'll have to get used to it, since there's little she can do about how it looks. Although it looked a bit creepy, it wasn't anything unbearable. and Carmen didn't seem to mind as long as there were experiments to be performed with it. She added that I have to be careful with it, as it was thanks to sheer luck that the ego could be extracted at all in its unstable state. I had a plethora of experience handling various workshop products, so I decided to take the sword without much hesitation. When I first had the sword in my group, I didn't feel anything in particular. All I could tell is that it's just a big heavy greatsword. Nothing out of the ordinary other than its appearance. But when I held the sword in a few days later to protect a coworker of mine, I heard a voice. It was the voice of someone desperately yearning for something. Unfortunately, the meaning of that voice was lost on me. Rather, it wasn't even human speech. An awkward sound mimicking somebody, noises of teeth grinding, both bones crackling, mingling with flesh. Some things collide, fall apart, and mix in irregular patterns as if to mimic the way humans speak. However, the sound was too violent and sharp. The strong obsession of an empty one. Attachment. Void. I'm not sure what word I should use to define this. One thing I understood was that only I could hear that voice, and that it rang in my head rather than my ears. The stronger and clearer my aim to protect someone became, the louder the noise in my head got. Anxious that my mind might be consumed by the voice. If I let it weaken my will, I tried my best to pretend that I didn't hear it. The eyes on the blade carefully observed me as I fought the voice in my head. Piercing gaze persisted as if to replace me if I faltered even for a second. Damn. Imagine fighting corrosion against an elf eagle. It's gotta be very, very difficult. Loves my head. The piercing gaze persisted as to replace me if I faltered even for once. Hard for even a color fixer. Slowly learned to speak over time. Soon enough it started speaking in a language that I could understand. I thought it stammered a bit. It takes human hides to protect a human flesh. A shell. I kept asking for a shell. I couldn't stop the voice, so the most I could do was ignore it. Even though there was danger in using it, its power was formidable. With it I protected many a person, and cut down many a threat. The voice became stronger and deeper with the more blood the blade drank. One day I'd asked a sharp question, "Don't you desire a human shell as well?" When I think back on it, the question might not have been aimed at me specifically. It would only say whatever it wanted to say. It wouldn't try to convince or allure me. All it uttered was monologue, yet I was frozen stiff when I heard that. It kept saying something. Are our lives really worth the blood I spilled for them? It wasn't actually capable of forming such detailed sentences, but my head took that way for some reason. Maybe I was thinking to myself. I denied its claims at the start. I'd never provoked anyone first. I'd only acted to protect others from approaching danger, but I felt a small part of myself waver from what the voice said. What will remain when I keep washing away blood with blood? The blood-stained shell will be all that is left. I collapsed for a moment, but I didn't stop thinking. If I broke down, I might be in danger, as Carmen warned. Carmen would have been different. Nothing could possibly beat the glitter in her eyes that shined as she pioneers a new path. Those honest, virtuous eyes. Even when someone jeered at her speech, even when someone despaired in the face of an obstacle that brought the progress to a halt, Carmen never stopped looking after others. She would always take the initiative to lead all of them. If I can protect a person like that, maybe this place would change. Yes, as long as I can protect that one person. As my thoughts became clear, I couldn't just sit down. My body acted before my head could decide what to do. I don't exactly remember what happens then. When I finally took a grip on my rationality in a vast mindscape, I came back to my senses. My body was burning hot. Is this rage? Have I been taken over to the point where I can't even see ahead? But I felt so calm, refreshed even. My head was kept cool, while my heart leading the body was aflame. It was long until I felt that something was different. On solid armor there was a layer of something tough and dense, but it wasn't fabric. A veil of mist was covering me. Astonished, I moved around and shook my limbs several times, and the veil dissipated soon after. When Carmen learned of this, she didn't say much. She didn't make a big fuss about it or suggest trying something with it right away. She only said that wielding this power is more important than simply manifesting it, so I shouldn't be lazy. She went back to work after leaving that peculiar piece of advice. Maybe she didn't want me to feel too much pressure. Yo, ego, let's go. As more time passed, I could use the armor for longer, and eventually got to draw out its full potential, full power. I had a weapon and armor that resonated with my emotions. Using them, I could protect more people, and I was able to draw forth durability and strength. The researchers seemed to be struggling to make progress with their work, but it was all right. I believed in them to make through, but I just had to be quicker to do my job in the meantime. However, not long after, the incident happened all too suddenly. Maybe it wasn't so sudden. The sign was there. Just around this corner, I can hear a child crying. She's sitting in the front of a door. One of their 2 children Carmen took in died in a failed experiment. Unlike Lisa, who was wary and reluctant to open up to us, Enoch showed interest in our research and volunteered to be a test subject the other day. Enoch's speech was so concise and on point. Everyone was shocked. He wasn't afraid, and he wasn't shaking. His voice was unswerving and gentle. Enoch's eyes weren't those of a naive little kid. His words and thoughts were surprisingly deep and mature. Even I was astonished. I sometimes wondered what made this kid have such thoughts. His eyes seemed to have already seen so much of this world's despair and misfortune. However, it was still no reason to allow a kid to participate in the experiments. Carmen spent several nights agonizing over the matter. The experiment was authorized at last. I didn't want to know what they thought of it anymore. What were they going to do, holding the hand of that little kid? I had to wonder if we were that desperate, but I shrugged it off. I wasn't one to stop him from doing what he chose to do. You should have been the one to die, the other kid, who was now all alone, mumbled crying. Her words had no weight to it. She probably spouted what she didn't sincerely mean, because the situation was too much for her. Yeah, I should have died, Carmen's answer, on the other hand, was likely sincere. Everyone stood still. A crack appeared in our minds which we never thought would crumble. Maybe we all expected it to happen deep down. Damn. Carmen's state worsened with each passing day like a rusting nail. The sunny eyes of the woman who had brought us together were now cloudy, and she spoke less and less. Her voice was lifeless, and she had gotten so cold. It wouldn't have come to anyone's surprise if she died at any moment. She didn't bother trying to look okay. I think it was better that way. Everyone in the laboratory felt constraint in her presence. They viewed Carmen in different ways. Reproachful looks of those resenting her for bringing them so far, only to let go of her responsibility. Concealed looks of those worried that something might happen to her, and I guess there were some who had no thoughts. The research went on quietly, but not for long. A few days later, Carmen spilled out all of the guilt within her and plunged into it, never to come back up. Damn. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. Hardcore. I need some water after that. Nico. In the past, the fourth pack was considered a thorn in the side of our core. In other words, we were a headache that they couldn't find a good enough excuse to remove, which was frankly understandable, as we were a total foul-up of an army at the time, and it took up a considerable amount of time for us to improve to our current state. Excuse me. The Ruina team, powerful but easily agitated, and uses its strength to destroy everything all too often. The Reindeer team, prone to suffer a nervous breakdown in prolonged battles, causing damage to its allies. And the Rabbit team, their thirst for blood leaves no margin for sloppiness at the cost of killing civilians. To put it in the nicest way possible, they had a unique niche only they could fill, and as a matter of fact, bringing them to orthodox battles would do more harm than good. Not so long after, I received the news that they were planning to destroy our pack. Perhaps they deemed it a waste to spend any more energy on us. I knew the destruction didn't come off as much of a surprise as I expected, or maybe I was so panicked that my hair turned white. There wasn't much I could say. What more can I say to this person who isn't even part of hardcore? All I can do is humbly accept my fate. The guest, who had an impressive pair of red eyes, and dashing brown hair looked at me and genuinely smiled. Her demeanor took a sharp, cold turn. I wouldn't have been able to tell that this person had a talkative and light-hearted side if I hadn't seen her speak mere moments ago. After a moment of silence, she slowly opened her mouth. A large-scale war is about to occur. If we made big enough contributions in that war, we might be able to avoid being destroyed. It wasn't a suggestion or a plea for help. It was a semi-mandatory request. The reward? We get to avoid termination. Her attitude was something else. The way she confidently delivered her speech in front of me gave off a certain sense of conviction. It was as if she were saying she's going to make the war happen. Baffled, I let out a bout of laughter. I knew we weren't in the position to refuse it. And she was right. A huge war broke out soon after. Thick smoke covered that nest. Who is this person? Impressive pair of red eyes and dashing brown hair. I have to look up a suspect. No, not red. Thought it could be Herman, but nope. I suppose it would be Carmen, wouldn't it? Perhaps. Maybe. Possibly. Perchance. Probably. Let's see. Long ago, there was a battle between huge syndicates. I won't bother saying when. Those kinds of things happen all the time in the back streets. And I had the misfortune of getting caught up in the middle of one. The fight was so fierce and intimidating, the young little Mio had to shiver in a corner. I couldn't find a gap to run through, and there weren't any hiding spots around me, either. All I did was crawl to a wall, crouch into a ball, and pray that no eyes followed me. Stupid, wasn't I? My prayers didn't work. A syndicate member spotted me, and I closed my eyes tight, thinking this was the end. When I took a short breath in, I heard the sound of a sword cutting through flesh, followed by the sound of a person collapsing to the floor. I thought swords like that would hurt a lot, but I felt pretty okay. The situation was so surreal. I was starting to believe that I didn't feel my body hit the floor because a person's senses are dulled moments before death. Then I realized I was staying unconscious for too long for someone that just got cut with a sword. I mustered up the courage to open my eyes. I've got to see what's going on, at least, you know what I mean? Slowly opened my eyes to a scene I'll never forget. A person who covered in red, massacring all the syndicate members in front of me. She was literally chopping them up with her massive blade, and they were helpless against it. I was looking at it in awe. I didn't even think to check my body. Thud. The last syndicate member down. The street was open. She looked around, turned to see me, and wow. My face would have looked so dumb. I don't even want to remember that. Anyway, she pointed at an alleyway. That weird sword of hers. Told me I'll be able to save myself if I run that way, and that the rest is up to me. I said thanks. All that I got out of my mouth was a stupid mumble like, ah. I leaned on a wall and barely stood up with shaky legs. Then I had to run before more people come this way. But I was so terrified even the person who saved me, she was so red all the way. Even the person who saved me, she was red all the way and looked so scary. Hell yeah. Let's go, Gabra. While I was dithering, she sighed at me and approached me. Did I frustrate her? Is she gonna kill me now? Was my savior an impatient and ill-tempered freak after all? I collapsed on the floor. I mean, think about it. A scary humanoid thing fully covered in armor walking toward you with a great sword decorated with red flesh. It was a miracle I didn't faint on the spot. She grabbed my arm, set me upright, and said in a dry voice, "It's not the strong who survive. It's the survivors who are strong." Then she shoved my back, and I started running before I could thank her. I didn't look back once. I was so embarrassed comparing myself to her. Ever since that day, I trained myself, aspiring to become like the hero who had saved me that day, and landed the job at Arcor. I wanted to become a hero myself and save the lives of others. What I wanted more than anything, though, was to meet that person once more. Our corps participated in most large battles in the city, so I expected to see her someday. I thought she'd have been alive all along, since she was tough. I was going to thank her and show her how much stronger I'd gotten since then if I did get to see her again. But I couldn't tell her. Not just because I never saw the Red Mist again, or Gibora, as she is called now. We didn't meet each other after a long time, but that's another story. I wouldn't have been able to say it even if I met the Red Mist when she was alive and well. I got embarrassed at myself again. I thought I'd saved everyone, but after all, what I've been doing was far from being a hero. Hey, what do you think a hero is? It's really adorable. 2 minutes of ads. I finished my food already, so there's not much left for me to eat. Thank you, Honest. Ads are over. Yeah, surprisingly, my voice isn't as dead as I thought it would be at this point. I'm surprised. Onwards. The Elcor that came before the Lobotomy Corporation imposed unfair conditions. And many wings weren't happy about it. This W Corps, which had to raise admission fees and get less trains running because of the energy deficiency. Also F Corps, which wanted to experiment with fairies to use them in various ways, but failed to produce satisfactory results because they didn't get enough energy. Many other wings had a thing or two to say about the older L Corps, but they didn't have the gall to say it out loud. There weren't many alternatives that could provide such huge amounts of energy. These conditions soon became a hot topic among wing employees and city folks in general. Who's going to be the one to change that miserly Elcor? Then someone next to him would say, who has the courage to do that? We all know that'll lead to a war between wings. No choice but to live like this. No, there was another reason to do something about that Elcor. They produced a massive amount of fumes. At first it was thought to be a kind of smoke that's no different from what factories chuck out. But over time, people realized that this was affecting the residents around it negatively, so people would suddenly start wishing for the happiness of some others. And still others would spend most of their time staring off into space. Excuse me? What's more, people had signs of sickness all over their bodies, and they started wandering around Elcor's nest. It was like they were returning to their hometown or something. One day, some rich person visited us and said that a war will break out soon. A rich person? Said we'll get some benefits if we helped her. That gave us a bigger thing to worry about than an upcoming destruction. A war is about to happen. Nikolai collected her thoughts. Her? Thought this was a guy. And then Nikolai. Nikolai collected her thoughts and calmly asked why a war was going to occur. The person paused for a bit, then spoke in a languid tone. I was creeped out by how she said it, like it was no big deal. When one person's pure ambition and another's tragic obsession join together, a dream is destined to be born. Weird. When one person's pure ambition and another's tragic obsession join together. How fascinating. Arcor is a particularly famous as a private military company. No matter how many combatants die in battle, we filled a vacancy with new soldiers in no time. It was natural for the wings, giving us requests to wonder what kind of singularity we have to pump out so many mercenaries in such a short time frame. Besides, our soldiers weren't lacking in combat prowess by any means, so there had to be more to us than just hiring many people. The mercenaries of our corps don't fear death in the first place. They don't hesitate to carry out any task. We're big in numbers, casualties are replaced quickly, and we fearlessly proceed and get the job done. Our corps' mercs were ideal for outskirts explorations and other dangerous operations. How could such a feat be possible then? People started making guesses. There has to be only one answer. They must be cloning people. No, they've got to be robots. Arcor has been developing war machines in secret. Won't the head arrest him if they try to clone humans? That's a good point. At the end of the day, people just laughed it off, talking about how nonsensical their hypotheses were, and how secretive singularities are. Maybe they had the right answer, although they missed the mark a bit. It's true that Arcor uses cloning technology. For that, we have to make a promise with the head. No more than one of the same person should exist in the city for longer than 7 days. The first half I can understand, but I'm still not sure why they set a limit on how long. Is it related to some kind of ethic we aren't aware of? Oh, no. We don't just clone humans and call it a day. We select the fittest one among them, inside the hatchery. Dozens and hundreds or even thousands of them fight to the death. Battle Royale style. You have to kill clones that look just like us, eat them, and prevail. The larger the population is, and the more time given, the finer a clone is made. And the scariest part of it all is finding myself beginning to think this way. Think about it. Is it really an admirable trait to have no fear of death? I have to disagree. When you know that you'll die someday, you don't put off your duties forever. You're bound to pick them up even if you rest for a day or two. When your life is at stake, you try all kinds of things to survive. That's when people feel they're alive. Maybe I said people guessed our secret right, because our lives aren't much different from machines. One thing I'm afraid of is that the hell of a selection game. As time passed, my fear of it changed to wariness. Is this the real life? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Have a team soldiers page. Every team in the fourth pack has its own caricature. You think that we'll never get along with each other, having such different personalities and powers and strengths, yeah? Surprisingly enough, we hunt in packs for most operations despite our differences. The Lapin au Rabbit team is generally seen as a distracted and raving bunch. Maybe it's because most of us are nimble, but that also means we handle our missions quickly. With certainty, our method is the cleanest, actually. I have to admit a teensy little problem with us. That we don't discriminate enemies from civilians. We do have a tendency to shoot first at non-rabbit in the area, and we do have a tendency to shoot first at any non-rabbit in the area that comes into our sight. We leave ourselves open for attacks if we take our sweet time to tell tell them apart, so we've got to strike first. But hey, we don't leave any trouble behind that way, so what's good is good, yeah? Rhino. Every team in the fourth pack has its own character. Our personalities, powers, and strengths are all wildly different, but we still do most of our missions in packs. Us Rhinos specialize in using physical strength. We're good at pushing ahead, if nothing else. I think we're the strongest team in the fourth pack. Smash 'em hard, block 'em hard. We often stand on the front line instead of the frail rabbits and reindeer. The Rhino team's armor is thick and large, and we've got tough bodies too. Sometimes, though, my body starts heating up if I keep moving around, and I can't control myself for a while. I figure that's because of the odd tech our core uses. Something about expanding muscles and pumping more adrenaline into the blood. That's what they told me. Oh, in case you're wondering, this ain't a singularity or anything. Plenty of others are making use of it, apparently. We've never got to hear the deets. But we do hear often that we've gotta watch out. Though, the Rhino team's got more destructive power than others. And once one of us starts getting all excited and enters a rampage, it won't be easy to stop them until they calm down. In a reindeer. Every team in the fourth pack has its own characteristics. Our personalities, powers, and strengths vary so greatly that it's hard to imagine us working together. Nonetheless, we move in packs for most missions. The reindeer team utilizes powerful electric waves generated from brain waves. You see these horns? The electric stimuli generated in the reindeer's brain are condensed in the tip of these horns. The concentrated electricity is then collected by our staffs for attacks. There's one thing we should be careful of when we use this ability. If the battle drags on for too long, or we exert too much power at once, most reindeer will go insane. The symptoms are expressed in various ways, but in most cases they hurt their own comrades, or damage the psyches of others. We sometimes utilize K-Core Singularity to protect our sanity, or mitigate mental damage, although we can't afford to use it often. Imagine these people with white bullets would be unstoppable. Next, the purple tier. Yono, or whatever her name was. If you're reading this book, it must mean there's something you want to know about me. I'm sure you have lots of questions, but I sadly can't give out detailed answers. It's hard to come up with a definition and explanation for a power that naturally emerged, you see. How should I put it in that case? I can travel through time and space and see a myriad of possibilities. Too many for you to possibly fathom. It's probably a little bit different from time travel, as you commonly imagine it. Lori. Or Iori. Was it Lori or Iori? Iori, I think. Iori. The future self will experience certain past returns to it in order to change the future. Whatever's going on in the past, some kind of paradox is bound to happen to casualty. Big or small, little things can set off massive twists, like the flap of a butterfly's wings causing a tornado. And even I'm afraid of bearing that risk. It could turn into a cycle of meaningless struggles. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's fair to say that I traveled to a completely different space, even though... ever thought about the possibility that an infinity of different versions of the world you live in might exist? Let's say that you sidetracked on your way home and you were killed by some syndicate members that ambushed you, but in another world, you might have decided you want to go straight home, and the assault would have never happened. Or you might have noticed the syndicate members as soon as you stepped in the wrong alley and quickly got back on track. Small choices can add up and result in countless worlds where countless outcomes unfold. And you know what you're thinking? This isn't logic that can realistically be proven. I know all this sounds unbelievable. People can't understand me because of that, and even I have difficulty explaining myself. Damn, she really predicted mirror worlds before they were a thing. I made it sound grandiose, but this power isn't almighty by any means, so I try not to use it carelessly. Not that I expect you to care for such details. It's already complicated enough as it is, isn't it? Just know that this power isn't omnipotent. Excuse me. No power is conveniently given to you in this world, after all. There's always a price you need to pay, and there's a world I yearn to reach. No matter that price, I'm doing this so I can find the world where I can see that possibility. And in the many worlds I've been to while doing this job, I saw many people who were lost after losing their precious stuff, just like me. I couldn't just pass them by. They looked so miserable and pitiful. Well, it wasn't entirely out of goodwill. The fact that they were worth helping played a big part once again. Nothing in this world is free. I didn't quite pity them as much as I weighed up the favors they could give me in return. Thanks to that, I've become acquainted with quite a few fixers, and as corny as it is to say this myself, some even started calling me their mentor, and became my devoted admirers. Lots of people ask me what I'm going to ask, what I'm going to such great lengths to see. A leading figure that commands powerful fixers or on the level of color. I don't know. All I want is to meet my son, whom I had to part with in the most unfortunate way. Meaning I don't care about the ancillary stuff. I can see it so faintly. It all seems to be within my reach, but it always ends up being a mirage. Damn. He's so cool. Next one, Zhao. These really are the big three. Ooh, another novel. I was in no way a soft person, though I don't view myself as particularly tough or ragged either. A straight and honest person. Accusations will be brought against me for being unmoved by the death of any person, however close they maybe have been in life. A point not everyone would see as criticism. How could a person be so cold and heartless even if the basic bearing of a fixer is to look after oneself first and foremost? Her dialogue was the way I discovered I could actually read books. Amazing. Wait, does she say anything about? I don't remember her dialogue. She must have said something about, you're reading books about people, aren't you? I have to look away to something else. I've been staring at a screen for quite a while. How could a person be so cold and heartless even if the basic bearing of a fixer is to look after oneself first and foremost? At first, I spent much time thinking over it, and asked myself many questions. Zhao as a person valued the lives of her colleagues, although her position forced her to keep her farewell to deceased teammates short. Since carrying out her duty and emerging victorious came first, shedding fewer drops of tears than the number of falling was all the tributes I could pay. Bawling my eyes out would have stirred uneasiness in my colleagues. In the early days, the responsibility sometimes felt too heavy and burdensome. I had never once thought that my method was incorrect. I believed it to be the best method for myself, and I deemed that problems couldn't be solved any other way. Most fixers will probably think in the same way. Therefore, I could not understand the manners of Lowell, the newly appointed Section 2 director at the time. A person who tries to look after everyone and doesn't hide his grief-stricken face when a coworker passes away. Seemed clear as crystal that his tenderness would one day lead his team to death, yet he was faring better than I thought, the polar opposite to me. The ways I wanted to pursue, but gave up because I was faced with my limitations. It might have upset me for a moment, a principle I could not follow, for I was not allowed to openly express sadness over the death of the few in order to protect the many, and my obligation to seize any chance of victory compelled me to march forward if there was something to count on. My capability wasn't vast enough to embrace every member of the team. Was my choice wrong? What did he have that I did not? Looking back, I don't think what I felt was envy or jealousy. The indignation certainly was not a toxic emotion. I'm sure each of us had different specialities. It's that the people intersect with one another in some manner. I don't think the process to be natural at all. I was not a believer in fateful meetings after all. Two parallel roads could never cross. Our relationship begins with a desire to know, simple curiosity, to know more about a person or to go further and see what they are seeing together. People open up new roads to merge into the roads of others for various reasons. I thought I would never care about him since he was so different from me. But my expectations weren't quite right. I wanted to learn more about him, and I wanted to know what this emotion I felt was, and I thought I could perhaps become a better person if I saw what he was seeing together. There's one thing I realized, it's that relationships between people always start from such small curiosity. Taking in what I have said so far, you would think that this is such a peculiar and untruthful love. You might think it's fussy. I cannot give out a clear answer, for I can't dare define what love is. What could I say or add about an emotion I felt for the first time? One that I am still struggling to figure out. Furthermore, every person carries a different form of love. There will undoubtedly be some people who don't place much importance on that emotion. You might even think that such emotion is absolutely useless in this city. Even if I were to define my love, this wouldn't come across as a sweet story if you can understand it. However, I can be certain that my sentiment towards Lowell was sincere. The so-called curiosity and sympathy, they bring about attention, admiration, and a little bit of obsession. I learned soon enough that this isn't much different from what people call love. It may not have been something out of a fairy tale or drama, but we still cherished each other in our little relationship. Perhaps I had been under the impression that love is a concept that is utterly distant from me. The love that I came into was cramped, yet big. It felt burdensome at times. You said I am wrong. I am strong. But the truth is that I was weak and faith-hearted until that very last time I faced you. I have only grown so ironclad after I lost you. Why did I miss everything while you were still by my side? Why do I spend the whole night longing for you and regretting only after you have parted from me? I do have one regret regarding you. Actually, wait. I do have one regret. Oh my god. That I could not trust my feelings for you. I was too afraid to tell you that you're my everything. The night before you left me. Oh my god. I love it. Moments of loneliness will come as I live. It won't be a thirsty longing for love, however. It is when I look to my side, yet there is no one next to me. When I'm worn out from running somewhere. When I feel that my heart grows heavy rather than painful. Trying new things might let me forget it for a moment, but the memories will still follow me for life. When I feel such things, I can go back to familiarity. A familiar place, a familiar mind, a familiar person, and I plan to reunite with you soon. I want to tell you that I no longer have shame for the path I've chosen, that I have finally freed myself from the guilt. Oh. It's so sad. No. It's so peak, but it's so sad. Next one, Yan. I've been told that this Korean text just means gibberish, which is fitting for the prescripts. Have you ever seen a glimmer of light when you close your eyes? It's blindingly bright at times, and it shakes in an irregular shape at times. This sensation is often called a phosphene. Whenever I close my eyes, the blurry image of a blood-stained carpet appears to me like the optical phenomenon, the beginning of an unpleasant nightmare. 4 mannequins that lost a face and an arm, each are lying on the carpet, spilling red beads. Another mannequin has its hand on my shoulder. I turn around and look at the loudspeaker in the mannequin's face. I can feel the vibration coming from it, even though I can't hear what it says. But I already know what sound this mannequin is making. The vibration precisely matches the words I remember. My heart starts beating accordingly. Its damned power of recall lost all my good childhood memories to oblivion. It brings back such remembrances every time I close my eyes. My response to it always the same. Take the flower that slipped into my hand and nail it into the mannequin's heart. A beautiful tree in bloom grows from the cracks the flower made. It's as soft as the hands that caressed me, and it's as pretty as the sounds that consoled me. It's as sharp as the noise of that last moment when I was scolded for the first time. Every branch that grows from the tree causes a piercing buzz in my ears, and the petals hurt as they brush past my cheeks, as if to make me feel the pain they hold. I stand still like my feet were tied, until my body is covered in scars. 1, 2, black marbles fall from the wounds. How long have I been in this cycle of pain? The nightmares have been with me for a good majority of my life. If I close my eyes, the memories of that time haunts me. If I open my eyes, the reality I can hardly bear unfolds. I chose to keep my eyes shut because I thought I'd rather deal with the ever-echoing past. At least I won't be visited by new kinds of pain. Prescripts keep coming without a break. City folk meet different ends depending on the prescripts they receive, though their fates all share a commonality of cruelty. The resentment, screams, tears, rage, and death. It's too much for my eyes. Sometimes thought how my life would have been if I stayed as a commoner taking prescripts like them. Maybe I was better off back then. Maybe I should have just died early so I could breathe again as another being. Why did the prescripts give me that order that day? I traced back the nightmares to remember the past. Everything was over, and I planned to follow them to death. But I didn't have the courage to end my own life, so I picked up the prescript that I thought would spell my doom at last and read it slowly. All the fresh-looking prescripts contained was a command to be a messenger. It was pointing towards a beginning, not an end. I couldn't see a single word that said anything about salvation or death. After being numb for a while, I finally tumbled down to the floor and broke into laughter louder than any sound I've made before. I couldn't help but laugh at my state. I wanted to end my life because of prescripts, and all the prescripts won't even let me do that. Where has my free will run off to? I was frustrated. Not even my own life was under my control, for everything relies on the prescripts. They'll gladly play along, even if I can't shatter the prescripts. At least make a tiny crack, if I can show the masses that it's possible to oppose the prescripts. Something might change. Something has to. It will make a difference. Once I had hope, I could see the way, and once I could see where to go, I had the strength to get up. However, I realized it only just now. What I felt wasn't hope, and that ignoring that prescript and taking my own life as I'd planned might have been a truer expression of my free will. What is the right way to live a life in this place? I must wonder. I'm not even dreaming of a life that I can be proud of. How does one achieve that feeling that their life is bearable to live, let alone be satisfied with it? I thought I had found an answer to that, but in the end, I couldn't escape the prescripts. The prescripts are the CD's will, as it is my will. I've realized my limits. I feel as I've hit some kind of wall I can't overcome. However, I don't feel all too forlorn and miserable. Maybe there'll be someone who can ride along on the flow, rather than break it. It just won't be me. I'm not fit to accomplish such things. So I want someone to find an answer in my stead, and I hope they can tell me how I can enjoy this nightmare. Poor Jan. Poor Jan. I have a question. Why you decided to read all the books all of a sudden? Because it's been on my to-do list for a while. I couldn't really think of a good time to do it. I have not streamed in a while. I think it's been like a few weeks now. I thought a good way to ease people back into me streaming would be to do something random like this. And this is how we are. This is how we are, where we are. Oh my goodness, okay. The general receptions of Star of the City. Let's go, Don Juan, the Great One Fixer, hell yeah. An association seems to have taken an interest in the library and the Blue Reverberation, the two entities at the center of all the problems that have been happening in Elcor's Nest lately. Now that they've marked their presence in the city's sky as stars, I asked the Color, who happens to be a friend of mine, about it. And he said the association is going to recruit him to hunt down the Blue Reverberation and his cohorts soon. Oh no! Is it Vermilion Cross? They've been making quite a scene in Elcor's Nest. In particular, the lives of many syndicates, fixers, and residents close to the library were lost to their hands. The association couldn't just sit and watch anymore. They apparently set up a camp at the door of the library, though no one knows what they're waiting for. A couple other things I heard are that all sorts of sounds and noises are coming from that camp, and that a large number of firearms belonging to the Thumb were abandoned on the ground. Maybe they launched an assault on the syndicate while it was still struggling to recover from the loss of the underboss and his capos. The ensemble not like most syndicates, just trying to make money off the turf of the wingless nest, that's for sure. But we still don't know what their goals really are, and I can't shake this bad feeling. Anyway, since I was asked to pay a visit to the library, it'll be worth investigating the case some more after I get this job done. Yeah. Alan, the guy who is also in the bus company now. The message we got was unexpected. The boss of our organization had always been a rash one, and he had no patience with injustice for his own curiosity. It was a miracle that he managed to stay under the thumb for so long. I told him to be more careful, since his words and actions as the boss will affect his underlings as well. Yet here we are. Thought I'd flip my lid at hearing the news, but I didn't feel as much anger as I'd expected to. The only thought that came to my mind was that he'd finally done it. With my head cool, I calmly considered my next move. At least some of us will make it out of here thanks to the early warning. I don't really understand that. A night owl's page. It's usually a good idea to zip your mouth shut at the gathering of some subsidiaries. If you don't have any good suggestions to make, shutting up is the next best contribution you can make. You never be sure if what you're about to say is a good opinion either. So just suck it in general. In other places, mistakes would just cost you your own life. But losing your credit in meetings like that means the members of your syndicate are also biting the dust. What do we do wrong to deserve the punishment of our boss being a moron? The Ujat, who are now in Limbus Company as well. We are Ujat. While it's a grade 1 office on the surface, we only receive requests from one person. It exists for Lady Diaz, and Lady Diaz alone. We are ready to perform any feat that she demands. Her pure ambition will bring her to a position of great power one day. We simply serve as stepping stones for ascent to the top. Oh, interesting. That's it. Who is a Diaz person? If a Limbus ID has... The Limbus ID is like connected to the LCE, I think, as well? I'm curious who this Lady Diaz person is, or if they appear. This is a very important person, I see. I assume they will have something to do with the Canto 9. Thank you, Honest. I'm gonna drink some water. What does she want to do with Limbus Company? Probably sees the potential in all the golden bows and all that other stuff. Irina, who is not in Limbus Company. One day. Did you know? Many people whom insurance companies employ are those who have experience with detective work involving investigations and deductions. Since we deal with huge sums of money, there are more than a few cases where our clients deliberately harm themselves or lie to us in an attempt to commit insurance fraud. A considerable number of calls we get actually aren't mere incidents. How do we tell them apart a real incident from the fake ones then? That's a business secret. Well, maybe a little hint. Oftentimes, sometimes it'll be off the way they act or talk. That's only that folks who used to do detective work frequently jump over to our industry, right? Those armchair fellows certainly have their wits. Their keen eyes will catch the signs hidden in the most elaborate of disguises. They say the terms can be a little too particular, but I disagree. When handling that much money, it doesn't hurt to be thorough with inspecting and determining the validity of cases, right? People started reaping insurance payouts for the smallest things our business wouldn't survive. You'd be surprised to learn how many people in the city still cling to the idea of get-rich-quick schemes. Amazing. Does that have something to do with distortion detectors not Counter 9, as far as I know? Really? Interesting. Yay, who is not in Nimbus Company. A friend of mine who was trained in the same workshop as me told me about this place. Said some new tech was discovered recently. Something about tinkering with the mind to use it for your advantage. It's apparently more powerful than I can imagine. I'm honestly not very good at forming an impression of something when I just hear or read about it. So I told them I don't get it. And they said maybe going to the library would help. They've been researching this new and exciting technology lately, but they say they're too scared to head into the place, even if there's vital information to be found. They weren't the kind of person to get physical, so I understand. Thus I told my buddy that I'd visit that place for them once I'm finished developing this one thing. There's a new gadget to test anyway. Get to witness a technology that's still obscure and hot off the presses. That just makes your heart throb, doesn't it? Next one, Leaflet Workshop Fixer. Leaflet Workshop, it's a good place. Offers serviceable weapons to fixers at a reasonable price, and sells quality weapons to underground syndicates at higher prices. There's been cases of the opposite happening sometimes, but that's not what matters. Just wanted to emphasize that people from all walks of life visit our workshop. And I heard some workshops have membership clubs. The select few chosen by the workshop's owners are sent an invitation, or so I heard. Business would be much handier if we adopted the same system. As with everything else, greeting guests is the one thing that's more dangerous than developing new weapons when you run a workshop. Bayard. This wasn't always the prim and proper office of amenable fixers as it is now. It was the complete opposite, actually. Full of uncontrollable punks, I tried to gather the rascals. Full of uncontrollable punks. I tried to gather the rascals in one place and lead them, but it never worked out smoothly. It was a ragtag band of people without a place to call home, like rats. So I got my frustration off my chest when I met my old friend Mogi. Oh, maybe you're more familiar with the name Morgris? Morgris? Anyway, after hearing my ramblings, they said that there's someone in their office who would be perfect for the job, and I took the offer since I didn't have any better ideas. That someone was Renaud. At first, I didn't expect the spring chicken to be able to do much. I was surprised to see that he only needed a week to convince everyone. For a guy who looked much younger than me, he had both power and smarts to boast. He had a way with words that persuaded some, and for those that wouldn't listen, he'd settle it with a contest of strength, like in some parts of back streets. Back then I was kinda jealous of seeing Renault handle something that I struggled with like it was nothing, but now I've accepted that he's the better man. I know that I wouldn't have managed to do it myself. I could have booted him out like a stubborn old man, but I have better things to keep than my pride. Fair enough. Bayard office fixer. Charles' office, the place Renault worked at, was popular among fixers. It was the subject of a lot of gossip, for good reason, as it was a grade 1 office consisting of just a few elites. Handling any requests with ease, people would often wonder exactly what kind of fixers were in that office. All we know about the office is that its fixers wore luxurious clothes, and the office interiors was fancy as well, in a style uniqueness to the northern style, and that there were 12 fixers led by someone called the Captain. And they've all parted ways now, living their own lives. That's about it. Outside of Renault, the person who helped us, we've only ever seen Mugris and Astolfo, who he would sometimes accompany, and sometimes called Bradamante. Their attire and their weapons were also distinct from what I could see of just those four. I couldn't find anything in common. The pressure I felt just from being around those powerful fixers. The stark difference between me and them was something I couldn't think much else. Cool stuff. Okay, that's all of Star City. Last thing is an association. Each association has a creed or maxim that reflects its atmosphere. Some emphasize gallant passion, while others aspire to a quiet and cold attitude. The Hana Association is no exception in that it has a number of outwardly seen principles. Coincidentally, they represent the most basic ideas of the attitude a fixer must have. You must exercise concentration and resoluteness in all situations. Be diligent to detect the emergence of a new flow, yet be wary now not to be swept by the flow yourself. As our occupation involves placing some on low positions and holding others in high regard, we must secure the values that constitute our frame while amending outdated parts of our ideologies. Thus, we need to have an open mind that can accept opinions that differ from our own in moderation. Be willing to listen to the criticisms of others and acknowledge it, but be cautious not to throw yourself into confusion by accepting any and all opinions. Changing yourself without due consideration, change what needs to be changed, but be stubborn about the rules we've maintained. In conclusion, we mustn't fall for temptation or deception. Much like how a foundation influences the structure that stands on it, these principles serve as a basis for all associations to uphold. Being the association that supervises the system of fixers in general, the principles of the Hana are also applicable to the mindset any fixer should have. Okay. Mirine. There are 12 fixer associations across the city. I may need to listen to this stream again when you upload it to YouTube. Some of these books are very interesting. Some of them more than others, yeah. But some of them were definitely very interesting. Like, many of these people, who are some of my favorites. The Eugens is really good. The She's in general. Philippe Wedge, I really like. It has a cameo from Moses, which is sick. I never realized. It's honestly sick stuff. Let's see. We're known for rating the threat level of hazards that occur in the city, and grading fixers and offices. On top of that, we give out fixer licenses, issue official documents about certain requests, and assign colors to fixers who prove themselves to be beyond the grading system. Our association calls the shots on pretty much everything regarding fixer activity. Although there's one thing the Han Association can't touch on. The ratings of hazards in the city are as following. Urban myth, urban legend, urban plague, urban nightmare, star of the city, and impurity. Most other associations only deal with stars of the city or lower. Even though Hana Association has control over grading the hazards, there's one grade our association can't assign. The impurity. Only the head has the authority to decide that. I don't know the exact rationale behind the designation of impurities. From what I can see, they seem to declare beings that defile the city as impurities and banish them to the outskirts. I suppose the head manages that part, since things like the ethics of the city aren't subject we are qualified to discern. Oh, interesting. So the head looked at the library and was like, that's got AI. It's AI-generated library. Get it out of there. To be fair, the head is pretty based. Do you know the head also, what's it called? It said in one of the books that if you... what's it called? If you do some copyright infringement on some patent, they will give you a cease and desist up to 3 times. And if you... only on the 4th time will they murder you with a claw. And you can submit your work and see if they approve of it or not. And if they don't approve of it, they will actually give you feedback on how to improve it, which I find really cool. So people ask how stars of the city, the highest level of urban hazards, are any different from impurities. They wonder, aren't they disturbing the city's order? Wait, what? Yeah, apparently. They'll tell you, sorry, this part here infringes on, that was on a book? Yeah, that was on a book. It was some, I think, workshop fixer, I think? I don't know exactly. Ooh, this part of your weapon here infringes on, redacted core's, singularity, but you could, if you remove it, you do this, and boom, you're good. I feel like that's a conversation they could have. Same with taxes. If you use a copyrighted thing to make profit, you get a cease and desist. You have to pay all your profits to Acor, and if you do that 3 times, and the 4th time you get murdered. Let's see, and they disturbing the city's order. If you ask me, this is the city as it exists with stars. Maybe what the head thinks is the ideal image of the city. That even though they are kind of dictators, they are somewhat reasonable and fair. Yeah, they're kind of cool sometimes, kinda. I mean, if you think about it, how are they dictators? You know, their only laws are, don't make guns too good. Please pay your taxes. Don't do copyright infringement. That's it, basically. Oh, and nothing other than humans and cats. I haven't seen anything about cats yet, unfortunately. An Endless Space 2 original soundtrack. Interesting. In a universe that is the city, a center of mass forms for each person who bears a wish for something, and clusters of dreams comparable to interstellar matter gravitate toward those centers. Driven by the force people exert in their efforts to reach those goals, such nebulae repeatedly expand and contract until they finally fulfill their wishes, creating a star whose glow we can observe. The people who witness the sparkle of that star admire how brilliantly it shines in the dark, and entertain the hope that they will shine as brightly one day, making yet more centers in the universe. And also making sure people in the houses won't be devoured by sweepers. True, true. So sweepers like... Actually, I don't know. Yeah, no entering houses. Night in the back streets is a thing. Because if it wasn't, there would be a lot more crime in the back streets. Let's see. That's kind of cool, actually. Not gonna lie. They hate AI. We literally... A lot of people nowadays hate AI as well. Of course, some people have their eyes fixed to the ground, too busy to gaze at anything other than their path ahead. However, once a person sets their eyes on a star, they begin to head towards it, using its guidance like a compass. Although they probably aren't trying to become a star themselves, they merely want to shine with their dreams for once, not to indulge in the sense of superiority that comes from being high up in the city's sky. I suppose to shine like a star in the city, you must do some not very nice stuff. Or do something really bad. Olivier. Roland and I were longtime partners in Charles' office since the year dot. There were 12 members in total, excluding Angelica, who joined the office later to resolve a case of the Blood Red Knight, consisting of rather few fixers for a Grade 1 office. It took on various requests playing to the strengths of the 12 members who had different quirks and characteristics each. Roland and I got along well together, so I often worked with him. Well, not exactly for that reason, to be precise. Someone had to keep up his impulse to jump into an action before thinking on a dog's leash. They're actually a pretty functional government with their own ethics. Impressive. Now I have a bit of empathy for them. I guess reading really changes how you see people. True. Like, what's something bad that does? Like, I can't really think of anything. I guess spying on people and knowing everything that they do. I guess that could be considered unethical, maybe. That's like the only thing I can think of. They were nice enough to Angela to banish her to the outskirts instead of outright murdering her after she survived a bit. Or after the people survived a bit. Valor without a forethought is little more than a bluff, and there is more strength in discretion than recklessness. I wonder if you remember this piece of advice I gave when you were still prone to take actions without thinking. I remember you condescending it and taking a step back, although I gave you that advice. Now I understand that it's not without fault. Thinking alone doesn't make progress, and too much caution can be a harm to oneself. I had the prudence and you had the unhesitating action. We helped each other with our strengths, and we could just live on by dealing with matters at hand back in the day. Maybe those were the days when we could laugh and lament the most, and carry out our lives just like that. But now we've come too far to go back. So did you, and so did Charles' office. They even waited to see if she could become a human before stopping her. Exactly, they gave her so much time. They knew there's a possibility she could become a human. When she does become human, they just don't care. They just let her be. And she waits until Body shows up. And then she lets her kill. Oh boy, okay. Last thing. The Reverberation Ensemble. It's 10 people. Starting with Argalia. Actually, maybe I'll leave Argalia last. Actually, wait, hold on. Where's Roland? Oh, wait, no, we don't have a book for him because he's not dead, right? I'll leave Argalia last. Philippe. Lord Philippe. How much longer must I walk until I reach an end? How tightly must I shut my eyes, cover my ears, and zip my mouth to keep what's around me safe before I can feel a semblance of happiness that won't leave me? I thought I had to overcome this pain and rise above it to become a tougher man. That way I wouldn't lose those that are close to me. However, humor is fragile by nature. If one is too weak, they would crumble, and if one is too hardy, they would snap. I realize that there's little I can do to calm the disorder of this world. How can I live on without falling to despair, then? A mind that is willing to let go of things that were destined to leave at some point. A mind that is content to have nothing. I feel that it's important to refrain from thinking that anything in my is in my possession. Good thing I woke up at least for the couple last members of Star of the City and onwards. Yeah, those are the really, really interesting ones. I followed your troop in order to find a way to be happy, but what good did it do for me? Staying with you only exacerbated my suffering, defeating the whole purpose of joining you in the first place. I do want to add that you were not at fault here, though I was the one who tormented myself. Had I known what I know now back in the past, would that have lessened the pain or changed anything? No, I don't blame myself for the choice in that moment. Even the failures and misery of the past were all part of the voyage leading up to this moment. So I'm thankful that I managed to achieve something for once. I might have drowned in my own tears and sorrow back then, but ultimately I'm grateful for the choices I made and all the things in this world. You're so sad. God damn it. You're so sad. Right. Eileen, where we live, there's nothing that can be achieved with your own will. The flow that we cannot go against dictates us. What we call gears are simply there to show the flow. You can't see it with your eyes. Nobody knows who created this massive curtain, or why we must follow it. This flow never leads us to bad places, however. Rather, thinking that such a place exists is an act of defiance in itself. We merely watch events unfold as bystanders. You walk along the path, but was it you who laid the path there? You didn't teach yourself to lift your legs to propel you forward. They simply moved. Furthermore, the decision to walk wasn't our own, either. Still too many believe that they moved their legs out of their own volition. It's a shame to see them struggle to escape the flow, for they're only straying away from salvation. Greta, I still have PTSD. It's an era where humans are dominated by the acts of consumption. When you're hungry, you get annoyed, and it's when starvation touches your raw nerve, you turn violent. That's how humans are. The people who eat the same food will naturally grow similar. So the high and mighty beings that want to rule over you demand that you eat the correct stuff. When something's correct, there's gonna be something that's incorrect. Incorrect food. It's gonna meet humans eating humans, don't you think? Why do people think that eating is natural, but they draw a line at eating their fellow man? Who decided that so, and why? Is it because human life is precious? That's a flawed statement. What makes the lives of animals less precious? We're not about to go down a boring philosophical riddle about the weight of life now. If humans clearly have more value over animals because we're the apex predators, then there shouldn't be any problems with packs with a pack of humans that rise above the rest and prey on others. You've got two options. First, don't eat anything. Hey, I'm not suggesting that we all starve to death. Your body is taught to eat. So what if you change that habit? Maybe instead of food, your empty innards could be filled with possibilities of some other kind. If you aren't a fan of that, then there's the second option. Eat anything. Just trace the smell of the blood and stuff what you want in your mouth, and your brains tell you to, as your brains tell you to. Hello, Faust, welcome in. We're reading a person reasoning why cannibalism is not a bad thing. Truly incredible. Thanks, Greta. I got date everything. What does that mean? Wait, oh, you mean the game date everything? The Monster Prom game, right? I think I saw a friend get that one as well. I saw a friend play and stream it. Bremen, the game, I see. I hope you enjoy it, and Happy New Year also. Let's go on an adventure. A world that changes with every step. Excuse me. Yeah. Oink, oink, yeah. Actually, no, there's no pigs. Woof. Right. Let's go on an adventure, a world that changes with every step. And the me that changes after each step I take. My eyes dazzled by colorful light. I pursue pleasures that I don't have. Don't scold us because you can't understand our pursuit. You just happen to be one of the many who feel joy from common things. We, on the other hand, don't see any colors in those. You're the ones drenched in nasty pleasures. We're simply looking for what we lack, but complete satisfaction will never come. It'll only sink deeper in raging thirst. We will spend our days in yet grander debauchery. We're happy, though. We can wet ourselves in new colors every day, unlike the rest of you. Interesting. I was so wanted for Bremen to be only animal noises. Sadly, the sweepers aren't just numbers either. I suppose this shows us a bit why people wanted to work with Argalia. Didn't expect Foster herself to be interested in reading those books. I thought she knew everything. Yeah, Foster knows all outcomes, right? That's the whole thing. I guess Philip joined because he wanted some meaning in life. But they thought it could make him happy, but it didn't. And in the end, he did find happiness, which is adorable. I have no idea why Eileen did. Eileen was just kind of a fan of Argalia. Her dad told her, like, yo, there's gonna be this cool guy in blue. He's so cool. And then she followed him. Perhaps she saw herself as a gear in his plan as well. Greta wants to eat everything. Rowan wants to paint the world in color. Oswald, people have hopes and dreams. I want to eat 3 blossoms of flowers. I want to be a swifty, nifty, thrifty kitty. I want to earn a fortune. And then they add, maybe I'll find the delicious flowers someday. Maybe I'll get fat stacks of cash in my paws someday. Maybe that's what I say in my head every day. Maybe I'll be shouting the loudest applause someday. Someday. That dastardly someday just won't stop popping up. But to have hope, you've got to prepare incense to offer those wishful prayers upon. A world where one can't eat flowers. A reminder that you are a sluggish turtle right now. The beggarly reality setting the stage for the performance we call hope. She was his biggest fan. Amazing. He was his biggest fan. Thus and therefore, people have the wrong idea about how to have hopes. If they believe that the hopes will come true someday, they'll just keep parroting that contemptible word. The day will never actually come. Having expectations this way will only leave you with bitter anger. I'll change someday? The person will turn over a new leaf someday if I count on them and wait? Nyeh. People entertain their hopes as they please and then bite each other when they change the expected. It doesn't happen. Clowns can give out smiles in a world full of mean, teary friends. So we should all do the stretches, true. Starting today, yep. You know, Oswald has a point, actually. Thanks, Oswald. Abandon all expectation. Just keep a merry, positive attitude and laugh no matter what you... Okay, maybe not, actually. No matter what you see. Let's make a performance about what's already come true. Out of a supposed reality you hope for someday. I'm already on a stage, standing under the brightest spotlight ever. I guess, I can only see it as he joined the Reverberation Ensemble because he thought it would be funny. Yeah, the ex-middle member. Fighting for survival is a natural thing, even now, we're all in battle. There's more people born than folks dying out of natural causes, and living struggle in their own positions every day. I fight to protect, and to avoid falling behind. Maybe it's all because there's just ain't enough seats for the ever-growing population of humans to take. Sure, extra jobs and stuff could be made in the future, but that's nothing more than a hopeful estimate that might not happen until it's too late for you. The world we live in right now is what matters. There's got to be a way to weed out the unfit without straining all of us. That's when strength plays its part. Most of the people who are in the ensemble have very simple reasons to join. Yeah, Apparently. I don't get why you vilify this. Aren't we all doing the same thing, directly or not? We elbow our way past others so we can survive, and the losers are knocked out of the race. We say this is fair, but say no to physical conflicts. To respect life, for whatevs? Let me ask, what's the reason to respect life? Do you think you're respecting life right now? Huh? The world we live in right now is what matters. There's got to be a way to weed out the unfit without straining all of us. Okay, so Tanya wants to kill the weak. Understandable. To leave the space for the strong. Okay. Uh-huh. I mean, that's basically what she did when she showed up, like, earlier in the game. She, like, bullied the Kurokumo clan. Had I been busy with an urgent appointment, as any other tragic tale should go, your death wouldn't have felt so miserable. Yeah, I would have cried until my tears had run their course, and I would have been ready to send you off. It was an ordinary day, the sort of day there were no meetings or gatherings to attend to. After I came home from work, your body was crushed beyond recognition. I couldn't have noticed on my own that it wasn't a random chunk of flesh. They put your remains in a stasis box and sent it to me. That was their gesture of condolence. I'd refused to believe it was you. If it weren't for the clothes, I spent hours sitting there in numbed silence, vacantly staring at a lump I couldn't even dare to hug. The stuffed doll you were carrying, now next to the box, caught my eye. Even though I was shredded and soaked in blood, the cotton filling was still clustered together, as if it remembered the volume of the doll. It seemed some cotton remained, even after the roller crumpled all out of the fabric. Then, for reasons unknown, I brought the other dolls out of your rooms and cut them up with a pair of scissors. I don't know what possessed me to cut them into pieces of fabric. There wasn't even enough to fully cover the doll, so I scraped together the pieces of clothing to sew it back up with the same gentle hands that made your doll the first time. The outcome was creepier than what it used to be, but it was the same doll I remembered nonetheless. The appearance didn't matter. Maybe, the same could be said for you. I gazed at the box where you, my son, rested for what would no longer be an eternity. My two hands were once so busy that it was a bother, yet they had paused for the time. But now they are about to move again, just for you. That's creepy and cool. It took dolls from he started with the dolls and then had the idea of why do I do that to people? Jaehyun joined so he could find a way to revive his son. By any means. Very sad. Elena, Blood Fiend. Blood Fiends, the beings said to have been punished with never-ending thirst for the sin of lusting after human blood. That's what your kind called us, condemning us out of fear. I was afraid as well when I faced them for the first time in that mansion where everything began. Violent beings who drank the blood of fellow humans, a growing feeling of unease about the possibility of being their next target. The people in the mansion were terrified of those who became monsters, even though they were humans like us. They were outside of what they were thought as the norm. In hindsight, though, it was such a silly thing to do. Was it the illusion of normalcy that we feared for? And fought for so strongly? I still can't get over the fact that his child dying that way, like, why did it have to be such a cartoon way? Wait, how did he, I forget, how did Jaehyun's son die? And I forgot. I just remember Roland smashing his lab, but it wasn't Roland that did it. Let's say that every human on the planet except for one turned into blood fiends. And that single person remained is left normal, as they say. In that case, what would normalcy be like there? How must the lone human feel, being the monster among the creatures they dreaded? Should they fight to their last breath for the humanity they kept for so long? Perhaps that's become an obsolete ideology, one that's no longer worth keeping. What if rejecting that old ideal and becoming a blood fiend opened up our potential for growth in numerous aspects? Run over by this thing that flattens stuff? By one of those
rollers, like the SpongeBob roller things. Wait, hold on. I need to look something up real quick. Yep, that's the one. I need to. I need to show a clip here. Let's see. Think this one would work? Yes, it would. All right, here's basically what happened to his son, from my understanding. Let me just crop it good. Like. It's blurry. It's beautiful. Thank you, Squidward. Laughing at someone's death, typical. No! But it was funny! Your kind likes to claim that something is out of the ordinary when it's only different from what you've seen and experienced before, so you fear it and try to exclude it from your herd. But you see, there's no real justification for your kind to condemn us. True, kinda true. You know? Blood fiends just kinda, they need blood or else they just go mentally insane. I feel the most logical course of action is like find some good source of blood. It's just some good. Well, we're not going to be talking about any spoilers from Limbus here because NS has not played or not reached some parts of the game yet. But just like find some easy source of it that's also good, that doesn't require killing people. How does that even happen? The thing is super slow, the kid didn't move, and the dad didn't see him. The driver was blind. True, I don't know. I don't know. Pluto. The world is one massive aggregation of delusions, a world where individuals can shape their own reality as they see fit. Every person is susceptible to deception, for they have knowledge. For that reason, it is impossible for a pure being, untainted by knowledge, to see the world as we mistakenly observe it. In the same way, they cannot discern the end point of a line or tell between blue and red. A world devoid of wants. It would be unfit to call that place a world. In fact, to even call it a place would be yet another misconception amongst us knowing ones. The more one learns, the more delusions they invite. However, if most people observed the same place and felt the same sentiments, then it might not be your own delusions after all. Wouldn't you say so? For instance, take a look at the blue sky. The celestial dome is higher and further than one could fathom, and as blue as it can be. Most will agree, and as blue as it can be. Most will agree that the sky is tall and blue. Alas, those who think as such are ultimately within your view. It's only natural that they agree with you, as they are figments born out of your delusional mind. Indeed, the sly entity that prevents you from seeing the world in its sincerest form would be none other than yourself. Even the holy entity in which you believe in and to which you devote yourself to is going to be a projection of your own self. So how can I trust anything that my eyes show me? Eyes? I guess no wonder he doesn't have eyes. I guess he
believes in why did he join? Why did Elena? I guess Elena joined because she thought maybe they could make blood fiends less discriminated against? Question mark. Dudu was like, I believe, because he believed in Argalia for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know. Last but not least, Argalia. When I heard the news and rushed to the scene, only a hideous musician who had concluded his performance and permanently shut the piano's lid with his torso awaited me. For the first time, emotions I couldn't understand welled up inside me. It's hard to define what they were, even now. It felt as if deep, tenebrous stains were seeping out of my heart. Alas, I didn't shed tears before the piano where your body rested, for I soon realized that you were no longer there. I become a supervillain so people won't think bad of my kid. Genius. My kid wasn't stupid. Look at me, I'm a supervillain. I do bad things. I'll revive them. That's right. You're the gentle breeze that brushes past my face, and the clouds that fly in the sky, which give me heed of your presence from overhead or underfoot. I thought you had left me, but you would always come back. That's why I care no longer about the skin and flesh you wore only momentarily. Angelica. I'll follow after the name you gave me. Uberto. You used to call me that down in those horrible underground chambers. I'll create a new world. One where people can live bountiful lives, even if they have nothing. Free from obsession or greed. When we lose the fixation on our bodies, we won't be afraid of death anymore. No rest will be eternal. Create a new world, one where people can live bountiful lives, even if they have nothing. Free from obsession or greed. That's just... So when are you reading? When are you rebranding to an ASMR reading streamer? I mean, I've done like 2 things now. I've done Ruina and I've done Leviathan reading. Well, on my YouTube. Oh, I like reading. I never thought I'd say that, but it's fun. Especially when it's something you're interested in. Who knows, maybe we'll read all the Limbus source material one day. Maybe we'll read Dream of a Yellow Wall or whatever it's called. Yellow Chamber. Maybe not. Probably not. But I suppose the intent behind this was mirroring what Carmen wanted as well. She also wanted to create a world where... Well, she wanted to cure humanity. Of what I'm assuming of greed, obsession, same things that Galia wants to remove from the world. But she wanted to make that through letting people unlock ego, and he wanted to do it by distorting people. It's truly a fascinating thing. I mean, it's a joke, but the thing is, you're really good at it. Your voice is really soothing, and you make it interesting. Ah, thank you. I wonder why. I wonder if anyone else heard it. Would they find it equally as soothing, or is it only because you know it is Nino that it is? I wonder. Ah, perfect timing for ads as well. 5 hours and 25 minutes is what it took to read all this. This is not my save, by the way. I do not know any of these people. None of you are here. Actually, Jacob was also in this spot, so that's a cool coincidence. Good game, Ruina was. Alright, now on to every single cutscene in the game. I kid. Oh my god. Ruina, hello. I'm so sorry you came near the end. We read every single book in Rona. I'm so sorry. Bean Raid, hello. Hello, Spillix. Virgil, welcome in. Hello. What were you doing? You were playing Limba's Company. we playing Canto 9? That would that's why this is my favorite game, even though I've never read all the books. I see. I was Nimbus, most excellent. Yeah, Ruina is a great game. I love it. And I got bugged in Canto 9, accidental skip. Oh no! Did you accidentally skip a cutscene? That sucks. I'm sorry. I've heard some people, at least I've seen one person say that they like crashed in one of the fights in Canto 9. Yes and no. As in, the game just bugged and it skipped the cutscene? Because if so, that's very not good. Oh well. Thank you for the read. My game bugged in the fight that I forfeited, ended up triggering a win flag, and skipped a... Huh? Korean spaghetti good at its finest. How does that even happen? What? I seriously hope that doesn't happen to me. That would be horrible. At the very least, I don't know, I'm about to clip it. Yes, please. At the very least, if you skip or if you forfeit a fight and it skips the cutscene to 300 lunacy, you better be. If it skipped the cutscene and like went straight to the menu, at least that means like you can still redo it without. I mean, it still means you haven't been spoiled, or have you been spoiled somehow? Because if so, I'm sorry. You is streaming right now. I haven't streamed in a while, so I haven't raided anyone in a while. The first raid of the year. Happy New Year's, by the way, to everyone coming from the raid. Please, if you are tired or anything, please feel free to take your leave and do important stuff. Though we will be raiding anyway, so yeah. I closed the game before I clicked on anything else because it feels unfulfilling if I skipped a major fight and cutscene. Hell yeah. It's very based. I am a firm believer of there's no joy out of anything if you don't struggle in it. Which is why I have been playing the game 15 levels under the recommended level. Struggling but succeeding. So I'm glad that you didn't skip anything. But yeah. I'm tired. What is that? They added... Wait, Twitch added a lead moderator role? The moderator role is like a little sword, and they added a lead moderator that's a hammer instead. That's interesting. That's the best part of the game. Defeating a hard boss, or you can be like Nino, put restrictions on already hard stuff. Yeah. If stuff isn't hard enough for you, you can just put restrictions on yourself. It sucks that you can't, like, reduce your level like you can in Ruina. Like, quote-unquote Ruina. Like, you can equip weaker stuff that in this game, but in Limbus, that's not a thing. You are level 60. Sorry, that's the max now. Yeah, you can't go back. Oh, you want to experience a fight like you did when you first did it? Nuh-uh. I really, really, really hope they add a way to go back and level, and it not being permanent. I don't want to level my characters again just from like reducing their level. Please, keep shooting, please. I beg. I mean, what is a full 7-hour stream of fighting the same thing over and over? It was peak when you won, I have to admit. I think it was actually 9 hours of fighting the knight. And I did it, and I won the next stream when I decided to finally use a support unit. But yeah, I'm glad I did. I would still, I would not have finished that Arcanites event if I didn't. Yeah. In that case, that'll be all for today. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the raid. Mina. Thank you everyone for coming. You've all been lovely. Happy New Year. Hope your year is filled with joy and happiness and not a lot of sadness and lots of challenge in the good way that makes you grow. And it makes things meaningful. Yeah. We can raid Fangs. He's playing Bow. Cool game. Give it a bowl of wawanas. And I'll see you some other time. No, you menino ASMR reader. I am an ASMR reader. ASMR. 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 AMSR. MSR. FSR? ASMR. Thank you for watching. Bye. I'm gonna go take a shower now. I know, crazy. Nobody could have possibly seen this coming.